Alrighty, folks. That is it. That is it. Welcome on into the Central Committee stream with your host, Mike from PA. We are live once again, and wow. We're adding Mr. Cardamom's Nani to the opening playlist because, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and start saying it. It is June 23rd, 2025. You know what you need to start putting into the chat. You know what you need to start putting into the chat already, don't you? I told you, how long ago was that, chat? How long ago was that? Hold on, let me just find this. Let's see here. Let me see if I can find it. I'm doing a lot of, okay, here it is. May 28th, 1 month ago. Based on the level of engagement that Zohran's voters have, I think he might actually be ahead. Turnout is going to be relatively low. Highly active campaigns are going to have a big advantage in turnout. I hope AOC and Bernie endorse very soon. No excuse for letting Cuomo win. And here's the thing, chat. When I'm saying relatively low, what I mean is compared to like a presidential election. That's the the problem that we have in polling is that we treat polling primary elections as if it's the same as polling general elections, which it's not, especially in campaigns like this. The people that are highly likely not to ever turn out differentially affect the outcome of a primary election. One of Bernie Sanders' biggest problems is he was strongest in people that were less likely to turn out in the primary, right? So in a presidential primary. But here, Zohran actually is changing the turnout model in a way that pollsters are not going to be able to see, you know, heading on. They're only going to be able to look at it retrospectively. They're not going to be able to predict it. And it's why I was able to tell you why the polls were likely underestimating Trump, because I understood how the electorate was shaping up and you know, when you look at a poll and you say, okay, what are the possible sources of error? Turnout models are a source of error. And I have to tell you that basically the turnout model that these pollsters have is wrong. It is wrong. Zohran is going to turn out a lot more millennials, a lot more highly educated, upscale, you know, white people, and he's crushing with them. In the Democratic primary for New York City mayor, it all comes down to Andrew Cuomo versus Zohran Mamdani. Mondami's miracle or Cuomo's comeback. All right. So Mahmoud Khalil was also released. Donald Trump struck Iran. And so we entered war with Iran, but everybody, all our American leaders we're not in war with Iran. We were just doing, that's just the one shot, And you better not retaliate. You better not retaliate, Iran, or else we're going to go into war. And, you know, like, my reaction to that is they're absolutely scared shitless of Iran's retaliation. Iran has got to retaliate. If I were Iran, I would sink a European or American flagged supercarrier, you know, before it filled up with oil. Obviously, you don't want to have a gigantic spill. That would be a threat, you know, unless they turned over somebody for International Criminal Court. In line to vote for early primaries at Crown Heights right now, the entire block is filled with young white dudes aggressively approaching voters, telling them to vote for Zohran. The line to vote is huge. Meanwhile, a few Cuomo volunteers, male and female, none of them are white, are here respectfully handing out pamphlets to those who are interested. Volunteers, my ass. I've heard some discussion that Iran, instead of hitting U.S. targets, they just keep smashing Israel to state a point, LOL. I mean, I don't feel like that offers enough deterrence. That's just me. You know, I'm not on the side of the Iranian government. You know, they are a theocracy, a far-right theocracy, and I don't align with them politically. However, just from the logic of geopolitical rationalism, geopolitical realism, they have to enact costs on aggressors, or else those aggressors will be emboldened. It's very simple. Oh God, no more aggressive approaches. No, yes. No more. Can Z do it? Here's the thing. Zohran is a free roll. He is a 3-term state representative going toe to toe with the entire Democratic Party. If I was Iran, I would light all the refineries in rage and fire and create an oil shock. I mean, yeah, I mean, gosh. The reason why Iran is under attack is because they didn't go to the aid of Hamas. Let's be honest. The reason why Iran is now under attack is because they did not go to the aid of Hamas. Like as soon as Hamas did October 7th, there should have been a massive axis of a resistance attack, and they should have tried to undermine the military dictatorships that the United States of America is supporting. Now, I think that would probably not have worked, but it very well might have. The reason why they are under attack is because they were defeated in detail. It's something that we've talked about before. It's where an inferior enemy, isolates, divides, and conquers superior enemy forces. And that's what Israel has done. Israel has gone through. They took Hamas. Then they did their operations against Hezbollah. Then they did operations in Syria. Then they've done operations now in Iran. And they're doing operations in Yemen. Like, they've gone individually, each member of the axis of resistance, they fought. And they fought each one of them alone. And that is why Iran is under attack. It is what it is. Oil at $65 or $130 a barrel depends on Iran's response. A more drastic response would send oil prices soaring, but it's not the base case scenario. Oil at $130 could push inflation beyond 4%, the team writes. This is, okay, here's the thing. I think China is telling Iran not to escalate because China is vulnerable to the price of oil. And they're like, nah, man, don't do it, man. Whereas Russia is like, yes, retaliate, because Russia would see massive economic gains if oil prices get pushed up. That's a materialist analysis, okay? Like, it is in the advantage of Russia for Iran to retaliate, and China's economic domestic politics, it's not to their advantage. That's because they are so dependent on imports. Why can't the Dems just outright stuff ballots to destroy the eternal democracy within the party? They will. They will, Adam. That's why I don't want to be a Democrat. the Democrat, you have to understand, when it looks like a leftist might win, you've got Bloomberg, tens of millions of dollars, Bill Clinton coming out of retirement, Obama staffers, like the New York Times. Everybody's united in trying to stop a left-winger. Isn't that amazing? Wouldn't that trigger a nuclear response from Israel? There is something called the nuclear taboo. If Israel were to use a nuclear weapon, first of all, they don't even acknowledge that they have them because it's against international law. So they try to pretend that they don't have them while everybody knows they do. Putin says U.S. strikes on Iran are pushing the world towards great danger. Yeah. Anyway, Zohran is killing it. We're like all over the place on these. We're being very ADHD in the morning. Surgest? Oh my God. Surges. Typos, man. I canvassed for 11 hours this weekend. A lot have already voted for Zohran, which is a good sign. Got folks to go early too. Hell yeah. Well, if Mandani wins the primary, what's next? Then they have a general election. And all the same people are going to be running. I'm really asking everyone to reserve this time this week to please speak about issues other than Iran. Tomorrow, June 24th, is the primary for New York City mayor. On the ballot in the lead is Zohran Mandani, a jihadist communist who wants to implement communist policies in NYC. He openly speaks about this. He promotes hatred for America and is being propped up by Islamic terrorists. Please vote against Zohran Mamdani if you live in New York City, and please all your friends and family who live in New York City know as well. Hey guys, is Ethan Klein supporting Zohran? Guys, he's very pro-Palestine and a liberal and a progressive social democrat. Is he supporting Zohran? Hey guys, is Ethan Klein pro-Palestinian social democrat? Is he supporting Zohran Mamdani in New York City? Do you guys think? Please vote against him if you live in New York City. Please all your friends and family who live in New York City know as well. We can't allow LOC to turn into London. This is very important. Turn into London. Oh my God.
Zohran Mamdani released a rap track that praised 5 convicted Hamas funders known as the Holy Land 5. Now he wants to run New York. Mamdani says, look him up. So we did. These 5 men were convicted of funneling over $12 million to Hamas, a U.S. designated terrorist organization responsible for the murder, rape, and kidnapping of civilians, including Americans. Mamdani sent his love to convicted Hamas funders. Let that sink in. Mamdani says, no wall will make it fall. That's an open door for criminals and chaos. Zohran Mamdani stands with convicted terrorist funders and wants open borders. This is New York City, not a sanctuary for terrorists. Zohran Mamdani, unfit, un-American, unthinkable.
Yo, you know what's so funny is like these Zionists are gonna actually make regular Americans pro-terrorism. Like they're actually gonna make regular Americans pro-terrorism. Now I condemn terrorism. You know, I hate to see civilians hurt, chat. It's terrible. But they're gonna make a lot of people are gonna become pro-terrorist if you see people like that. I mean, like, do you guys want to see Laura Lou? Let me show you something, chat. This is from the deep. I've showed this before, but I don't care to repeat myself. I like it. Why? I swear to God that Google is actually becoming worse. Like, actually getting worse. Hold on, chat. I swear. Wait. Did they delete the ad? Did they delete the ad? Can you not find it anymore? Oh my God. Oh, damn it. That's a shame. By the way, oh man, I want to show it to you so bad. Andrew Cuomo's campaign team.
The Taliban.
I hate those guys.
One thing unites all of them in their blood packs. Facial hair. There's someone else North Carolina that has facial hair. Marty Huggins.
Right?
Why doesn't Marty Huggins answer the question? Is he a Taliban or an Al-Qaeda?
Are you kidding me?
Why does Marty Huggins refuse to take a lie detector test?
Oh,
and where exactly was Marty Huggins on 9/11?
bingo. Okay.
There's just too many questions.
Boy, that is solid too. Real solid.
Yes.
Al-Qaeda.
You can't even make parodies anymore. It's a choice to campaign with a guy who said America deserved 9/11 in fucking NYC. That brunch lib guy had to hide his account because so many people went after him. By the way, chat, I want you to get more aggressive online. Okay? I want you to get more aggressive online. We outnumber them. The problem is that you people are too nice. That's actually your problem. You people are too nice. You need to get out there, and when you see shit like this, you need to let them know. If you're on TikTok and you see someone supporting Ethan Klein, like, you know, stitch that shit. I think you blocked me for being too aggressive. Don't be aggressive to me, ever. If I blocked you for being too aggressive, message me your Twitter. But I swear to fucking God, you are on thin ice. I've been in the trenches. They shut up real quick. Of course they do. You're on thin ice, pal. That's something white people say. Can you ask chat to send you TikTok Hassan watched yesterday? The guy saying he was on Iran's side. You'd love it. Would I?
Start spreading the clicks. I'm trending today. Skip 200.
Whenever they're saying he's trending, he's a celebrity, you're gonna win.
31 votes last year, but TikTok says I slayed. 4 years in Albany, past 3 bills, no more. My resume, I rapped a bit, then filmed for mom, what a chore. I asked for free buses, then voted no.
He's even cute in the AI thing.
Holocaust condemnation? Nah, I let that go. Defund police, of course, here. I'll fix New York, just stand clear. All the papers say I'm a clown, unfit to run this town. If I can flop here, I can flop anywhere. New York, New York!
Paid for by Whitney for mayor.
He looks so fucking cute in this ad, though. Also, look how diverse the riot is. This is true New York. Look how diverse. You know what I mean? You have people of all races, backgrounds, genders uniting and defund the police. It's true.
We're Costco guys. Of course we support everything the
I've seen this
Republic
before.
of Iran has done. All glory to the Ayatollah.
We're Costco guys. We got some of the food at the...
We're Costco guys. You know we love Dr. Pepper Blackberry.
It's a cola worthy of the Ayatollah.
Of course I eat a... What is this?
It's a chicken bake.
Of course, chicken bake. That's not good.
We're Costco guys in the...
Yeah.
Watermelons, you know? Oh.
19 months.
Scrap threw the chicken bake away.
It was a mistake.
In the name of God, the most merciful, the most beneficent, we are Costco guys, and they have delicious hummus.
Because Sabra's dog shit.
It is a crime against humanity.
We're Costco guys. Of course we use...
Anti-Semite! Oh, anti-Semite! He said Sabra's bad. Doesn't he know that's anti-Semitic? 30-day ban from Twitch. 30-day ban from Twitch immediately. Ethan Klein, sue them. 30-day ban.
Frontline fleeing, take prevention.
We hate parasites.
Like Israel.
Due to some legal circumstances, we are Sam's Club guys now.
Yeah. And that's no Sam Club guys.
Fuck, I love it so much, dude. The vibes are shit. Did I not call the vibe shift? Oh my god, did I not call the vibe shift? At the exact moment the vibe shifted. Did I not call it the exact moment the vibe shifted? Did I was like, oh, that's it. Vibes have shifted. I think it was when I think it's when Asmongold tried to go on the attack. And and Ethan Klein and Asmongold were trying to attack me together, and I was laughing because it's so ineffective. Some like, oh god, chat, I really need to show this. I don't want to show you all my DMs, so I need to screenshot it. But so some like Asmongold fan like messaged me, and like I just started messaging them back. And by the end, they were like, "Oh yeah, you're totally right. I'm gonna read books on socialism." I really need to show it to you because it's very funny. You know, clip this in a year or two, and maybe I'm just crazy, but it honest to God feels like we're gonna win. I could just feel the energy, and I could feel the way that people are turning away from corporate media, which was the last way that Democrats could control their base. And it feels like people are finally just turning away from it in a really fundamental way. It feels like we're gonna win. Was that also my Free Palestine shirt? This is my energy. This is the energy that I have. You know, like I feel first of all, I'll wear this shirt every fucking day. I will wear this shirt every day. I'll smell like fucking Asmongold in this shirt. I don't give a shit. Now I won't. Tesla's up 11% after the Robo Taxi showcase. I told you 2 weeks ago to buy the dip. You are so right. You are so right. Yeah, no, investors are vibe based. It's called animal spirit. You're totally right. As I say with markets, they can remain irrational longer than you can remain solvent. That's why going short is incredibly risky and hard to do. Just remember, you're totally right. Pro Cuomo Pack puts out at least try to make it look realistic, gang. Conducted by Harris X. LOL. I used to work there. Trust me. They have Cuomo winning in round 7. Basically, the main reason why you would believe that you don't believe this is bullshit is because basically they have, as people are being eliminated, they have them evenly spreading across all the candidates. And that's just not real. That's just not real. Like, for example, Brad Lander gets eliminated, and Zohran, who has 10%, and only 1 in 5 Brad Lander people have him over Adrian Adams and Scott Stringer. Really? Really? That strains credulity. Jessica Ramos has 0%. If Cuomo loses in the primary, he'll just run in the general as a third party. Yes, that's correct.
And somebody in the White House needs to take Trump and sit his ass the fuck down. Life already hard, now we gotta worry about this bullshit. Ever since you stepped foot in the motherfucking White House, you ain't did nothing but cause motherfucking chaos. I'm not getting out there fighting no motherfucking body. I'm on Iran's side. I'm on their motherfucking side. Fuck the U.S. I don't give a damn.
I mean, yeah, there's definitely an energy there. Well. You all went around saying how white men are trash and white men are the problem. Well. Well. And now you come for white men, and white men are putting everybody on their backs and carrying this election. How about a little bit of a gratitude? How about a little bit of a thank you? All right. I know that white men have had it rough. We haven't gotten enough thanks. Try it. Thank you. Thank you. Wait. So that's what you need to, that's what I need to, yeah. Go ahead. Try it. Say thank you. Their Thames are totally going to have Andrew Cuomo as the VP for Gavin Newsom. No, they're not. Also, is your name Average Mango? Oh no. Wasn't there a guy who just like named Mango who just sexually harassed Maya like on stream? Like, didn't that just happen? I should probably talk about that at some point. Didn't this guy Mango just sexually harass Maya on stream? These white men would like to disagree with you.
You've heard of hot girls for Zohran, but now we got
perverts for Cuomo.
Me too.
This city's in the shitter. There's no cops anymore, garbage all over the place, and the Yankees haven't won since 2009.
The MTA is a disaster. The trains are not safe anymore. You can't even watch porn in peace.
I keep asking my neighbor out. She doesn't...
What happened to catcalling?
Used to be you could smell your assistant's hair.
And now everybody gets mad, and that's why I'm voting for Andrew Cuomo.
For mayor. Hard on taxes. You had me at hard on.
Yeah, exactly. And please, Stephanie, my daughter, if you're watching this, what is your friend's name? What is her number? Andrew Cuomo, if you are seeing this, let's go out, meet some women, touch, grab.
Andrew Cuomo, if you're seeing this, please make it $17 to ride the subway.
We go to the club, you kiss a girl on her cheek, I kiss her on the other cheek, we whisper in her ear, if you don't want to go home with us tonight, you're fucking out of your mind. Should we play it? Fly me
to the moon. Let me...
I'm gonna get DMCA'd.
Hey, over here! Oh my god, I'm so glad to see you guys. Okay, so there's like a group of 12 American soldiers hiding behind a cave over there waiting to ambush you. What? Yes, I am turning them into you right now. Dude, they drafted my ass. I don't want to be here. I want to be at home playing video games and gooning. This is the first gun I've ever held before. What am I doing out here in war? Nah, the dudes who actually want to die for God and country and Israel are hiding in a cave back there. All I ask for in exchange is Chinese citizenship. That's right, just drop me off in the mainland and let me stay there. Actually, fuck it. You don't even gotta take me there. Just give me one of those pool tubes they have in water parks like Wisconsin does and I'll paddle my way over there. I do not care if I don't speak the language. I just don't want to go back to paying for health insurance. So what, are you gonna do it? Okay, hey, you know what? I see you're nervous, your hands are shaking. Give me the grenades, I'll do it myself. It's okay, no blood on your hands. Just give it to me and they won't even feel it. Have I ever killed anyone before? No. But for that Chinese green card, I'll do damn near anything. I'll suck on it. Nah, I'm just kidding. But if that's what it takes.
No, don't link me Jake Shields. Don't link Jake Shields, dude. I'm trying to avoid the allegations, okay? Don't link me Jake Shields. Like, come on, Jesus. Jesus Christ. The Most High. Don't link us Jake Shields.
That's not your game. You better pick.
When I get drafted to war and have to fight side by side with Israel.
Nigga, that's not your game. You better pick your...
Team killing. It's always hilarious when it happens to someone else.
Watching.
Zohran getting interviewed by Mehdi Hassan.
Oh, could we maybe watch something else?
Zohran.
What the fuck? Break up with her. Break up with her. Break up with her immediately. But make sure she votes for Zohran first. Another W for white men.
Zohran just went on the Bulwark. There's Zohran on Pix 11. Zohran on Theo Vaughn.
Zohran went on Theo.
The Democratic base are psychologically broken. Hold on. I want to read this because I actually have been thinking about this a lot. I know we're doing a lot of jokes right now and we're having a giggle. We're having a giggle. But I've been thinking about this a lot. And stan culture is politics now. Like, we are in a situation where a lot of politics is just stan culture. And it's true on our side as well. Like, we're talking about Zohran, and a lot of people are standing for Zohran. The thing about Zohran is, the reason why people like him is because his policies. He's getting the boosts because of his policies and what he stands on, where he stands on issues like Palestine. And we're so tired of people being cowardly on it. All right. AOC wants to stand next to Zohran because Zohran is even more popular than her at this point among the base. And that, ladies and gentlemen, tells you everything you need to know. But the thing is, like, there's a lot of effort that goes into building up parasocial relationships. Because if you like look at somebody like, say, for example, Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris isn't trying to do shit for you. I don't care if you're black, white, immigrant, native born, straight, gay. She ain't trying to do shit for you. When they talk about politics, they talk about her as a representation. Oh, the first woman president. I don't give a shit who the first woman president is. If she sucks. Look at the UK. Their first female prime minister is Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan's sidekick. If you tell me that the first woman's president is going to suck shit, I would rather have a man. And I hope you do too. Because if you don't, then you are being manipulated. You could be tricked. There's plenty of sellouts in this world. We need to start like making people recognize that. I think the worst thing about social media is people don't talk about sellouts anymore. Like, we need to bring back the fact that people should be ashamed of selling out for bad shit. Now, I'm not saying call everyone a sellout because that's fucking Jimmy Dore cringe. I'm talking about taking money to support candidates that are behind genocide is fucking selling out. And that should be shameful. There's no VODs. All right, hold on. Let me turn the VODs back on. I may have turned them off. I may have turned them off during a recent period. I think they'll be back. I'll publish this one after the stream. Selling out is the goal now. Yeah, I know. It's fucking pathetic. A sergeant got in trouble for trying to give info to the Chinese. Oh boy. Oh no, bro. Oh no, bro. Oh no. Bro, you can't do this. No. After separating from the army, Schmidt reached out to the Chinese consulate in Turkey and later the Chinese security services via email offering the information. Oh no. Oh no. Bro. First of all, can I just say this? If you're a sergeant, there's very little chance you know anything that the Chinese don't already know. Okay? Like, if you're a sergeant, you don't know anything that the Chinese don't already know. All right? Like, except in very rare cases. Especially an army sergeant. Like, if you were an Air Force crew chief for the F-22, maybe you might know something. But like, an army sergeant, I doubt. Shipping giant Maersk divests from companies linked to Israeli settlements. Damn. In a quiet notice on their website, Maersk has announced the suspension of shipments from companies in illegal Israeli settlements listed in the UN Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights database of companies involved in encroaching on the occupied territories of Palestine and Syria. This is why they hate us so much. Anyway, back to boyfriends for Zohran.
Hey, what you watching?
Zohran getting interviewed by Mehdi Hassan.
Oh, could we maybe watch something else?
Zohran just...
My brother is a retired Navy 03, and you'd be surprised what they know. By the way, you can't retire at 03. So already right off the bat, you know less than me. It's literally impossible to retire at 03. You can't retire at 03. You have to be minimum rank 04 to get a retirement. Unless you have prior enlisted service, so maybe that's possible. Maybe if you were prior enlisted, you could do it. But the thing is, chat, they will separate you if you're not promoted. To become retired, you need to get 20 years of service. And typically, they don't allow they'll like forcibly separate 03s before 20 years. Retired as a euphemism for discharge? Yeah, no, well, they're different things. New York Times Hitlerite talked about Zohran about sewer socialism. Now, chat, I want you to understand it. In case you're wondering, chat, here, one of my first attempts at a YouTube video. Fly me to the moon. 4 years ago. Sewer socialism and regionalism. Mike from PA. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Pretty interesting video, but Vosh isn't wrong to say annexation will not help. Guys, I don't know what else to say to people, but if you think that annexation of high income suburbs is not going to help a city, you're a fucking idiot. You're an absolute fucking idiot. You're an absolute fucking idiot. Because The reason why suburbs can support themselves is not because it's because of federal subsidies that they get. So the city would get those federal subsidies instead of the suburbs, which they could then use, economically redistribute, invest more in the urban core, thereby undermining suburbanization anyway, and increasing densification and increasing the quality of public transit. You guys don't know what you're talking about. I specifically talk about regional government as well as a way of avoiding things like secessions and like the way that American cities look. You are a fucking dumb piece of shit. Honestly, I really hate people like this who know fucking nothing. Vosh said something that he pulled out of his ass and then they think they know what they're talking about. Bitch, you're fucking stupid.
A lot of the
yeah, this is dog shit. Fukuyama is a fucking moron. It's so great to see the things that I said we needed to do becoming relevant every single day. So it's not just that like I want to have more viewers. It's the ideas that I've talked about for so long are actually becoming more relevant. When I was saying this shit, nobody knew what the fuck sewer socialism was. Okay, I was the guy who knew what it was, bringing it into the conversation. Like it was me. This is fucking me. So it's, you know, I'm sorry for saying a Mike was right moment. And you should go back and watch this video. Actually, it's pretty damn good. At the time, it got like downvoted by Destiny and Vosh when I was like a much smaller streamer. Fukuyama likes abundance. Of course he does. He's a neoliberal dumb fuck. Fukuyama says he's abundance pilled. Yes, because it's neoliberalism again. And he's like one of the most famous neoliberals. Like, of course. Here's another good example. I was shocked that Vosh had absolutely no idea what sewer socialism was when I brought it up to him to get. His lack of even a basic knowledge about the socialist movement in this country is amazing. What a socialist city government looks like is interesting and important. Like that was, again, I was fighting Vosh in the trenches alone against everybody else. Everybody else was clout chasing that horse fucking loser. Just remember that, chat. Mike, I may not be the most cuddly person of all time, but I'm fucking right. All right, what was I watching? Vosh was always a complete grifter. So true. Democratic primary voters are fundamentally opposed to progressive politics because to do so would mean them admitting to themselves that the party they are psychologically cucked into liking are evil. No, you're wrong. 70% of people in the Democratic Party are outright left-wing. They support left-wing policies. What they've been cucked into believing is that the rest of the people don't. And so they need to compromise or else you'll get something even worse. That's the cuckness. It isn't because they're against progressive ideas. It's because they've been cucked into believing that the rest of the country isn't behind progressive ideas. So they have to triage and do lesser of two evils. That's the cuckitude. And that's the mind virus we need to snap. That is the way that, you know, centrists win. Centrists win not based on like people liking their shit. No fucking shit. Nobody likes that. They win because they're like, well, you know, if you're a centrist, then people that are in the middle will vote for you and therefore will beat the Republicans who are really bad. That is the mentality that has to be defeated. That is the mentality that needs to be defeated. Now, there are ideological neoliberals, but they're no more than 5 to 10% of the electorate. And yes, they should be destroyed. They should be contained. They should be attacked ruthlessly. But most people are not like that, actually. And that's why I have hope. Because if most people thought like you think they do, well, that would be terrible. Glad to see sewer socialism kicking off. It's so fun. It's so fun to go back and look at all the fights I had in the past, and I was right about every single one. Is there no VOD for stream today? Yeah, it's going to be published after. The VODs got turned off last week, probably by like an automated mechanism. Is Zohran in the lead? Yes. Yes, he is. There's a new poll that just came out showing Zohran in the lead. Final Emerson polling mayoral poll shows Zohran Mandami ahead of Andrew Cuomo, 51.8 to 48.2 in round 8.
Early voting has finished for the Democratic mayoral primary, and in-person voting is tomorrow.
Yes, now a new poll running.
Yeah, guys, I see. Thank you for the reminder.
Come out on top shows a possible upset. Pix 11's Kirsten Nicole here with a closer look at those details. Good morning, Kirsten.
It's not over until it's over, and we're at an interesting point right now, right? We're between the early voting, we're between primary day. Andrew Cuomo's support has stayed steady over the past month. Starts out with the most votes, but as we all know, ranked choice voting is in play here. And as we go through the simulation and rounds of voting, a different victor emerges. Take a look at how this is predicted to play out in the last major poll before primary day from Emerson College, Pix 11 and The Hill. Andrew Cuomo with first round of voting, maintaining his lead with 36%. Mamdani pulling a very close second at 34%, and Brad Lander rounding out the top three with 13%. Let's take a look at the rest of the candidates. Adrian Adams pulls 8%, Scott Stringer with 3%, Zellner Myrie with 2%. Now, this doesn't take into account the 4% of undecided voters, and there's a margin of error of 3.4%. Now, as the simulation plays out, Cuomo keeps that lead until the 8th and final round, when Lander is eliminated and the majority of those second choice ballots flow to Mamdani, pushing him into the winner's position, 52% to Cuomo's 48%. It is a stunning rise for the 33-year-old assembly member from Queens, who was taking 1% of the vote when we first saw the polls in this race 5 months ago. The number of undecided voters has steadily declined. It's currently sitting at 4%. And these are tight margins between the candidates, also of 4%. Now, along the way, Mamdani has secured key endorsements from Alexandria.
Why rank voting in New York? What are the pros and cons? No Nintendo. I honestly believe in preferential voting, which is a little bit different. What do I know? You know, there's problems with all of them, right? It doesn't really matter. All you have to do is rank Zohran. Also, oh, by the way, chat, did I not say on Friday how this shit, they don't know anything, and that it's incredibly, you know, it's incredibly front runnery, and it's incredibly, they have limited information, they don't know shit? Did I not say this? Well, what do you look at that? One poll shows Zohran winning, and now Polymarket flips. I should have bet on Zohran. Fuck! I should have bet on Zohran. God damn it. Why didn't I bet on Zohran? Dude is already gonna, I shouldn't gamble. Dude is already feel 100 degrees in New York, and tomorrow's gonna be hotter. I just watched outside, it's brutal. Oh, and they like those long lines at the polling places. Oof. Oh no, does Cuomo need people to show up on election day when it's 100-some degrees? Oh, I guess making things hard to vote. I guess that hurts after all, huh? Fuck, that's awesome.
Ocasio-Cortez, Bernie Sanders. There's been cross endorsement from Brad Lander as a second choice candidate. Cuomo getting an important endorsement from President Bill Clinton as well this weekend. Interesting trends teased out from this Emerson College Pix 11, The Hill poll, along racial, ethnic, age lines. Under 50 voters supporting Mamdani 2-1. Cuomo leading in the over 50 and over 60 categories. Cuomo leading in those without a 4-year college degree. Black and Hispanic voters breaking for Cuomo by about 60% to 40%, but Mamdani leading among white and Asian voters. College educated supporting Mamdani by 62%. Men supporting Mamdani at 56%. Women supporting Cuomo at 52%. Now, since early voting started,
By the way, chat, Cuomo's, the only demographic Cuomo does really well in is elderly people. And when he was governor, he killed a shit ton of elderly people because of COVID-19. That very well might cost him the election. He killed his own supporters.
we've seen nearly 400,000 New Yorkers cast those primary ballots, 384,338 early voters to be exact. Sources close to Cuomo's campaign insisting that they have their own poll numbers contradicting this showing that their candidate is actually up by double digits. Another factor, guys, this dangerous standing in line to vote tomorrow is going to be an issue for people. That's why the early voting is always encouraged, that people get out there with that heat warning for some voters. So much going on with all of this.
Yeah, those numbers really showing every vote counts.
Absolutely. Now, a race to win the margins effectively.
A race to win the margins, Justin.
All right, Kirsten, thank you so much.
Sure.
And stay right here with the Pix 11 News. We will have complete coverage of the final moments of the primary campaigns. And tomorrow, we'll be live at polling places as voters cast their ballots. And of course, we'll have all the results when those polls close tomorrow night.
Here's someone who was in one of those nursing homes Cuomo sent COVID patients to. Oh, it's so good. It's so awesome. It's so fucking awesome. Can we do a quick timeline of all of Cuomo's many scandals? All right, let's read this timeline of Cuomo's many scandals. 1997, as HUD secretary, he pushed Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac to take on riskier subprime loans. So you could say that Cuomo is actually responsible for the Great Recession and the housing crash. In 2011, he cut $2 billion from Medicaid in New York public schools. In 2013, he created Startup New York, which spent nearly $50 million on ads and only created 76 jobs. But it's through the free market, right? Through the free market, guys. We got to steal $50 million for his fucking friends and their corrupt ad buying agencies. Closed down a public corruption commission when it started investigating people close to him in 2014. In 2015, he passed a tax break for luxury yacht owners. In 2017, he used MTA funds to bail out upstate ski resorts. In 2018, he oversaw an economic development project that led to 3 of his closest associates going to prison for bid rigging. He should be in prison. In 2019, he failed to dispense funds for census outreach, resulting in New York State losing a House seat. And then that, on top of it, led to the Republicans controlling the House of Representatives. In 2020, he directed health officials to prioritize COVID testing for his relatives and influential people. Amazing. In 2020, he doctored a report on nursing home deaths while he was negotiating a $5 million book deal. In 2020, he assigned junior government staff to write his memoir during the height of the pandemic. Got paid $5 million to write a book and was too lazy to write it. What a fucking fraud. Also, this is corruption. You can't have government officials doing private work for senior officials. What the fuck are you doing? You know that in Pennsylvania, government officials have gone to prison for this? In fact, I know of representatives who went to prison because they had their staff do their laundry and take care of their kids and shit, on government time. 2020 hit a provision in the budget to shield nursing homes from lawsuits after getting donations from them. So he killed a bunch of people in nursing homes. He took a bunch of bribes from those nursing homes, and then he made it illegal for families to sue nursing homes for killing their family members during the pandemic. What a fucking scumbag. Who likes this guy? 2020, accused of groping as an executive assistant and is the subject of a criminal complaint. 2021, accused of harassing at least 11 women, according to Attorney General report. 2021, retained Harvey Weinstein's lawyer. This is why Bill Clinton has endorsed him. This is why Mike Bloomberg, friend of Ghislaine Maxwell, has endorsed him. Undercounted nursing home deaths by as much as 50%, according to a state comptroller report. Accused of sexually harassing 13 women in 2024, according to a DOJ report. 2024, he joined Netanyahu's defense team against war crime allegations. You guys want to elect Netanyahu's lawyer? Why does Ethan Klein want to elect Netanyahu's lawyer? And most scandalous, he announced his run for mayor of New York City when he lives in Rochester. He doesn't even live in New York City. Get him out.
Went on the Bulwark. There's Zohran on Pix 11. Zohran on Theo Von.
Zohran went on Theo Von?
Well, no, but I found this podcast where they talk about what it would be like if he did.
Could we just turn off the TV? I just need to breathe. It was so hot out today.
Thought today was hot. It's got nothing on Tuesday, which is going to be over 100 degrees. This will depress turnout among Cuomo's elderly base.
Did you get outside today?
Yeah. Canvassed.
Just seeing if we can count on you to support Zohran Mamdani, who as mayor will freeze the rent for rent.
Almost done filling up my 3rd Zetro card. 1 gets you a poster, 3 gets you a nude.
That's intriguing, but I think you're developing an unhealthy obsession with Zohran.
I haven't been sworn in as a Zohranastrian yet.
You know what? Let's just watch a movie.
Yeah, there's one I've been meaning to check out. It's actually like a story about a family that's of Indian origin but from Uganda, and then
No, not Mississippi Masala.
No, not Mississippi Masala. I'm talking about Zohran Mamdani's AI-generated biopic.
Progressive New York City mayoral candidates Brad Lander and Zohran Mamdani are taking their tag team campaign to the Late Show with Stephen Colbert just one night before the primary, with Cuomo still leading. He's not leading in the polls anymore, bitch. If you're in New York, make sure you get out there and volunteer for Zohran. If you haven't volunteered yet, it doesn't matter. Get out there for the last day of GOTV. Make sure you are voting. I'm not mad at you that you didn't do it yet, as long as you do at least one. Mike from PA meetup in China. Okay, this would be good. Band. I'm depressed and black-pilled. Do not listen to my opinion for a few months. I need to go back to therapy and hit the gym. I'll see you guys in a bit. Guys, being a doomer is the worst thing that can happen to your mental health. Do you know why I'm not a doomer at all, chat? You know why I'm not a doomer at all? Because it's already over. Socialism has already won. We are living through the historical process. We are living through the historical process of socialism winning, of the end of Western domination of the planet. It's literally happening before our eyes. Yes, there's going to be bumps and false starts and one-ways and detours, but we're already living through the process. You can see it happening. And as I always say, doomerism is the final stage of your liberalism, the final boss of your liberalism. I should make that a shirt. Socialism will win. That's like a kind of a, that would be a bagger shirt for me, actually. Bizarre logo. We need to come up with a Mike from PA shirt or merch we'll figure it out. We could have, oh, I have an idea. Oh, okay, I have an idea for the image. Oh, we're inspired. Bing! Oh, inspiration. We love it. Eureka. Answer Cosmos DM. I already did. I really hope you're right, like usual. Here's the thing. The United States of America is crumbling. It's crumbling. And why is it crumbling? Because it's not investing in people. You cannot maintain superpower status by not investing in people. If you look throughout history, the country that invested in people became the most powerful country. Whether it was Rome, whether it was the French under Napoleon, whether it was even the British Empire. What gave these empires advantages is that they actually expanded human capital. It wasn't just domination and ruthlessness. It was also investing in the home front. The United States is hollowing that out. China is investing in the home front. China is building up a base. Once you start mortgaging the home front to fund military adventurism abroad, you're already fucking cooked. You're already fucking cooked. Play the Mike Hopecore. We're going to do it. I'm worried about the amount of people that will get hurt as the U.S. lashes out as the empire crumbles. That is true, and that is a bummer.
Man, sure, you know. Yo, man, look. Keep on getting it, Playboy.
Next mayor, baby. That's the next mayor right there. We here, we lit. Ah, this shit. Come on. You know the vibe. We ain't say no. This is New York City. Come on. Thank you. My dog. See, come on, man. Organic. I hope y'all rolling on that. I hope you got sound and audio.
Thank you so much.
I really hope the best.
Thank you so much.
Let's get it.
Thank you. We're all behind you.
Thank you.
So,
thank you so much.
Is that cool? We just do a little walk around. Maybe you talk a little bit about the neighborhood. Maybe see who comes up to you.
That's what he's running on, man. It's making the city affordable for us, bro. I had to, like you said, I had to dip to Jersey because I have 4 kids, and I couldn't afford to stay where I was at. You know what I mean? I love it here. I love coming outside and seeing my people, seeing my food, hearing my music. You know what I'm saying? And I wasn't able to do that as a born and bred New Yorker, bro. That breaks my heart.
Now we're like, what's going on? This is my community. I remember when you couldn't walk in these parks. Now look, I could come here, sit down and enjoy, but I'm being displaced because I can't afford to live here.
Yeah.
I gotta go learn how to swim so I can live in the water, on the sea. Yeah, because this is what it is.
So listen, man, when you go to vote, rank my man #1. That's what he's running on. Affordability.
What's your name? Mr. Vargas, Ariel, like the Little Mermaid.
Okay. So you already halfway there for the underwater.
My cousin doesn't believe that you're here.
Oh, yes,
and she's like, oh my God, send me a picture.
Please send me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Ah, future mayor! Oh my God, I touched you. Bring it, hug you.
We got the young people, we got the DTs on deck, bro, the White House, everybody.
Lovely to meet you. Thank you.
This is the yard right here. This is where fitness happens. I wanted to introduce you.
How you doing?
My name is Zero, but my name is actually Michael. Okay. I just wanted to say I appreciate you coming to the community. You know, this is something we don't really get a lot of credit for normally. This is the goal, you know, to show you if you're going to struggle for something that you're trying to get. Yeah. I'm actually going to use this to motivate my handstand right now. Thank you.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
Get Zero, get right.
Get right. Get right.
Get Zero. Easy money.
Easy money. Easy money. Come on. Come on, look at this. This is what we bring it.
Oh my God.
Zero. Come on. Community building, baby. That's what we're doing out here. Let's bro.
I thought he was going to fall.
Yeah.
I got nervous. Go with that one.
Hey, can we get like a picture with you? His mom has been kept.
Look at that, bro. Come on. Come on, listen. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something real fast. Cuomo is not coming uptown. He's not coming up here. If he is, he's going to some private dinner event with a bunch of people that are not real people. We're here to park with some real people. You know what I'm saying?
I'm definitely voting for you. I already have my thing. I was going to vote tomorrow. I'm a teacher as well, so at school we all talk about you.
Hello. I've been canvassing for you, and then I just heard that you were here, so I wanted to meet you in person.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I just wanted you to know I'm a Jewish New Yorker. I'm really excited about football.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for everything you do.
That means the world.
Incredible.
What's your name?
Emily.
Emily.
Danny.
Danny, great to meet you.
Great to meet you, brother.
Danny.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. Hey, man.
I voted for him yesterday, like early voting. There were so many people out.
I'm sweating because I'm thinking about that rally last night. That energy in that building was incredible, man. But like I said, job's not finished.
Job not finished.
What up, baby? Got okay? Show me, brother. You hood? You in the hood? Yes, sir. You already know. That's what it is, man. How you doing?
Yeah, man. I was just telling him, like, he's running for mayor. You know what I'm saying?
Man, what's your name?
Zohran Mamdani.
All right. You gonna look out for us?
Absolutely.
In the heights, in the hood?
That's what it is.
Dominicans?
Running to freeze the rent.
All right.
Make the buses fast and free.
Bro, that's why I'm down here with my man, because I was like, yo, listen.
Are you Dominican?
No, I'm not.
He look like it though, right? Yeah, he got that bump.
I'm a barber. Take my number down.
See? So he's
I'm a barber. I cut hair, man. Get a lot to see because this look right there. I'll let you up better than that. Boom.
Why you gotta put me down?
I ain't putting you no. It's good, but I'll do a better job. That's a 9. You already get the votes from up here.
Fall asleep.
No, don't have you lace. You get every vote on town, bro.
I'll fall asleep. My eyebrows will be done.
Hey, you young, handsome.
There we go.
Take down my number. Call me Diggity. Yeah, Diggity the barber. Diggity the barber.
Diggity.
Nice to meet you, my brother.
Diggity.
Yes, sir. You doing what you doing, my brother? Yo, good luck, man. I'll vote for you.
Thank you.
My man #1.
You spoke to me right here. You chilling with us in the hood. You heard?
Come on now. That's all it takes.
Take it easy, man.
Diggity. Come on, man.
Good, come on, bro.
Yes, sir. Yo, what's up? What up? Yo, what's good? You voting?
I'm voting.
You voting? What you need? You need your rent to freeze to stay where it's at?
Perfect. That sounds good. How you doing?
I'm doing well, boss.
Good.
My name's Zohran. I'm running for mayor.
All you gotta do is put him #1. And don't put Cuomo nowhere on that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Because Cuomo ain't coming down here. We are. You know what I'm saying? And we're approved by Diggity.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I'm going to check you out.
Yes, sir. See you, Diggity. Holla.
Oh my God! You got the whole thing in your house. Oh my God! I just ranked you first.
Thank you so much.
You just mean so much to so many people who probably gave up on voting, gave up on ever seeing a progressive, have the momentum that you have. Thank you for everything.
Yes, sir. Thank you for showing up in the hood, man. Appreciate you. I hope you win this, man. Yes, sir. For real.
We count on you, champ.
Yo, what up, man?
Everything good with you? Nigga, damn, looking good. Everything good? It's good to see you out here, man. Welcome back to the hood.
Zohran 24. Let's change things, brother. We can do it together.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Good luck, man. That guy. Now the guy's a piece of garbage.
Trash!
Garbage. Scumbag.
Yeah.
That's a wrap.
Watch one of these. My friend helped film it.
We have just begun.
Okay, chat. This is honestly, I hate to be this guy. The better the left does, the more political assassinations you're gonna see. This is because the United States of America is a violent country, and our elites like to assassinate left-wing leaders. Have you considered that by using clickbait titles about death and streaming for extended hours during the conflict is making money off war just like you criticize? Guys, have you ever considered that covering the news is actually the same as committing war crimes? Hey guys, have you considered that covering the news is just like doing war crimes? Hey guys, have you considered that being one of the most prominent anti-war voices on this website is like just the same as like supporting the war in a certain type of way? I have to ask you, CIA agent, FBI agent, or dumb rube, whichever one you are, have you considered what life is like before you were born? Like, can you think about the time before you had that memory? Think about the time before you had your first memory. What does that fill you with dread and fear? Like, do you think about the time before you were born and does that humble you or does that scare you? Well, now think about 100 years into the future, 200 years into the future. Does that scare you? Thinking about what life will be like after you're gone? To think about that a lot, preferably when you're alone.
Or walk through the entirety of Manhattan. We're at Inwood Hill Park at the tip top. We're outside because New Yorkers deserve a mayor that they can see, they can hear, they can even yell at. Good, bro.
Do you have a counter on your screen showing up how much you are profiting on this? Actually, what this is, oh, by the way, this is an app. Thank you for reminding me to update. Thank you for reminding me to update because I like to keep this. This is called transparency. This is called transparency. I believe in practicing transparency with my audience so they know how much money I've made. And so I don't want anybody to put them who's having financial difficulties to like be tricked into giving me money. And it's also good for me as a creator to see how I'm doing overall. I believe a lot of streamers pretend to be, you know, they play the poverty game like they're one of you. They don't, you know, and they're making much more than me because they do like sponsorships and they run like hours of ads every day. So I believe in transparency. And the answer is yes, I am actually very well to do now. Because of this stream and because of all of your support, I am now in the, I would say, upper middle class. I'm not rich. I'm not Ethan Klein. I'm not Hassan, but I am now in the upper middle class. I don't own a home yet, but I'm saving for a down payment. I'll probably be able to afford a quite nice home. You know, I'm making good progress on my student loans. I'm current on all my debts. You know, I pay off my credit card every month. I'm current on all my bills. You know, I have a nest egg. You are what you hate now? No. I don't hate people being financially stable. In fact, I would love to give you guys advice on how to be financially stable. But the number one way to be financially stable is to make more money. I didn't suddenly become a genius and figure out my finances. I just made a lot more money. So I was able to fill in those things that everybody has to pay for in order to live a dignified life. It's not like I suddenly figured out a new budgeting technique or something. I am in favor of taxing people like me in order to ensure that everybody has a dignified life. But in America, we live in the worst of all possible worlds. We pay high taxes, and it goes to Israel for a war on Iran. It doesn't go to make sure the local kid has health care. It doesn't go to make sure that the local homeless guy gets drug treatment and a home to live in. It doesn't go to pay for ambitious young people who are talented to go to college or trade school. It goes to fucking wars. And that's what I'm against. I want high-speed rail crisscrossing this country. China has it. China has 50,000 miles of high-speed rail. Why can't we? Excuse me, 50,000 kilometers of high-speed rail. Why can't we? That's the same. That would crisscross this country 10 times. Why the fuck can't we have that? Why can't we have beautiful, nice trams and metro stations and dense, affordable housing like Vienna? Why can't we have free college like Slovenia does? Why can't we live in a world where when people need help, they get it? Why don't we have a criminal justice system that works on rehabilitation, not punishment and torture and profit for private corporations? Why don't we have a system that is about educating people and uplifting people and helping them create, as opposed to punishing, surveilling, and scamming? That's the society we live in. You support that. I don't. That's why people are vibing with me, not with you. That's why I have the viewers I have, and you are nothing but a chatter complaining that I'm successful. You fucking loser. And it's never going to get better for you. I want you to be... I'm different than a lot of leftists. It's not going to get better for you. Your life isn't going to get better because you are a bad person and everybody can tell. Your vibes are off, and it is what it is. It's not getting better for you. You're not suddenly going to find that girl. You're not suddenly going to get that job. You're not suddenly going to get friends. It's too late for you. I'm sorry. The world is cold and uncaring, except for what we create for each other. I just derailed your whole chat. I won. He thinks he derailed it. Dude, I do this all the time. I own your ass. I use you. And guess what? When I make a lot of money later in the day, I'm going to use you. At least he did the cope of like, I'm a troll. Haha, got you. Now you're just a dumb cuck bitch. It is really incredible that that Destiny is... And since that was a Destiny viewer, I don't know if you guys saw this, but Destiny has just recently gone viral for this clip. During his trip to Israel, Destiny advised IDF soldiers on how to avoid being caught committing war crimes and wearing women's underwear. If you want to wear a dress and think it's funny, just don't take a video of it.
I think Israel has unique issues. Here's the one piece of advice I'll give you, okay? If you're joining the IDF, okay? Leave your fucking cell phone at home and stop taking stupid fucking videos, okay? Because everybody's fucking you with them, okay? And if you see a soldier, okay, going through a fucking drawer, and listen, if you want to fucking wear a dress and you think it's funny, just don't fucking take a fucking video picture of it, okay? Jesus. Okay, yeah. I think Israel has unique issues.
That's in Tel Aviv. Under Article 25, Section 3, Subsection E of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, a person who directly and publicly incites others to commit genocide has committed a crime against international law. Destiny to the Hague. By the way, chat, he's actually, he's a Democrat, guys. He's a progressive. You guys are just too radical. You believe that we can have Medicare for all. You believe we can end wars. You believe we can build public transit. He's just a progressive.
Why? Why? I'm bleeding, making me the victor. I must have...
That sounded... Oh, man, chat. I need to find it. Oh, fuck. There's a clip of Destiny saying how he's gonna like ban me from his Reddit and that I just use him to grow. I need to find that clip so badly. I think it was after our last debate on Medicare for all, and he was just so fucking out of his depth. I need to find that clip. I really need to find that clip because it's so funny, because it's him throwing in the towel. And then the thing is, like, he thought I would become irrelevant because I had 200 viewers at the time. And in fact, the opposite happened. And then he started to go like, I'm going to figure out how to make him I'm going to try to make him a lolcow by taking clips out of context. Holy shit. Resurfaced photo shows New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani dapping up leftist streamer Hassan Piker, who once said the existence of baby cars in Dixie Pixar's Cars universe implies that female cars have a cussy or car pussy. By the way, chat, remember when Destiny viewers used to say that Hassan and I's politics were unrealistic? And Destiny is doing the real shit. Remember Destiny and Vosh used to do that? They used to go, Mike and Hassan, they're trash. They don't do real politics like we do. Remember that? They're so irrelevant. Remember that? Now we're about to win the fucking mayoralty of New York. The mayor of New York is going to be somebody who's friends with Hassan. The richest largest country in the United States, arguably the world capital. Mike Gudgel. Yeah, remember Mike Gudgel finished 5th in Omaha? Oh my God, I need to make it. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Colt, you and I, after this is over, we need to do a Destiny versus Hassan politics shit. If Zohran wins, we need to do a holy fucking shit. Disavowed. He was oh my God. Destiny gets involved in municipal politics. His candidate finishes 5th and disavows him. Hassan gets involved in municipal politics. His candidate wins the race and defends him to attacks. Holy shit. Life is good, dude. Life is so fucking good. Holy shit. He still has to win the general? I mean, obviously.
The decade's happening, if you know what I mean. All right, this is the
Sometimes a decade happens in a minute, and sometimes minutes happen in a decade.
This is the decade's happening in weeks right now.
Can. What we're hearing from
It's not. I'm all in. I'm all in on
I think like Destiny's number one thing he does is like repeating back an argument he can't defeat in a kind of lamer voice than he has. This nasally motherfucker, this lame ass fuck, sex pest criminal, he'll just repeat back something going, yeah, I'm gonna make the bad noise voice. And that's it. He never even bothers to make an argument. You fucking suck. All right, is he about to try? Let's watch this video. Destiny making an argument. Ooh, I can't wait to see this.
This is the decade's happening, if you know what I mean. All right, this is the
Sometimes a decade happens in a minute, and sometimes minutes happen in a decade.
This is the decade's happening in weeks right now.
Can. What we're hearing from
It's not. I'm all in. I'm all in on nothing ever happens. This shit is done in 4 days. Israel's gonna bomb some more nuclear reactor shit. Iran's out of weapons. It's all over.
the country.
Breaking, the U.S. has completed bombing of Iran nuclear sites. Explosion at Fordo.
This is the decade's happening. If you.
Oh, it's over. It's over. Oop. Actually, oh man, there was Destiny talking about how, oh God, Colt, did you ever link that? Colt, did you ever post Destiny talking about the war in Gaza? I don't know if Colt's here right now. But Destiny, like right after October 7th, was like, this will last like a month or two. Blah, 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 blah. The war, the genocide in Gaza. Senior officials, the war could last 2 years and we are prepared for that. I mean, honestly, do you think they would really kill Zohran? Wouldn't that just radicalize people even more? I would love to do a Mike from PA hype video where it's like, we show the two candidates that I helped get elected to state legislature in Wisconsin on, and then their wins. It would be fun to have a little hype video like that. Why are we celebrating like Zohran won the primary? This is called hype. Part of winning elections is the feeling of inevitability and bandwagon effect. Sitting down for a second, one of the things that makes you win is when people feel like you can win. So part of feeling like you can win is the bandwagon effect. Especially for leftists, the hardest hump to get over is the idea that you could actually win. That everybody always agrees with you, but they're like, well, I don't know about other people. Leftists win when everybody looks around and sees everybody hyped up and people start to believe again. The biggest thing we suffer from on the left is the general feeling of pessimism and the idea that nothing can change. That's one of our biggest hurdles. So building that feeling of inevitability, feeling that bandwagon, building up that feeling of inevitability or bandwagon effect, giving people hope is how we actually win. And I don't want you to get comfortable, by the way. He could very well lose. And as I've said before, and I'll say it again, if Zohran loses, this is all gravy, baby. It's all gravy. We know why Zohran lost. He had slightly too low name recognition, and Cuomo and the billionaires and the centrist Democrats rode to his rescue, and he pulled it out. But guess what? Guess what? Zohran is now a national political figure. He can immediately launch a campaign for Congress. So this is gravy, baby. Either he wins the New York City mayor's race in one of the biggest upsets in U.S. political history, or he narrowly loses and he's still one of the most prominent left-wing voices, and it could immediately launch a congressional campaign. This is gravy, baby. This is a free roll.
Ugh, I really wish somebody would keep track of the predictions that people make. People are allowed to squirm away from bad predictions too often. Israel is going to attack the Gaza Strip. There's probably going to be a fair amount of damage and deaths. And in 3 weeks or 2 weeks, all of us are going to forget about this and move on to the next thing.
He's such a dumb fuck. Meanwhile, what was I saying? What was I saying? That's a good question. What was I saying at the time? Like, just so you can measure political acumen, but you know, I called 49 out of 50 states for the 2020 presidential election. How did he do? What was his prediction? All right, hold on. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. I'm looking it up right now. So we might have to edit this and start again. Hold on. Let me look at let me put in the dates here. I'll bring it on screen. So let's say October, let's do October 5th, 2023 to October, I don't know, what, 15th, 2023? October 13th, 2023. What's happening in Gaza is nothing short of preparation for genocide. No one supports attacks on civilians by Hamas, but the order of 1.1 million people to evacuate is a physical impossibility without genocide. There is no way they could do this without outright genocide. Nights like tonight really make me realize just how much we lost when Bernie lost the primary. Joe Biden will go down in history as a failed president. Even if he is lucky enough to get a second term, aiding and abetting a genocide in full view of the world. Let's compare that to Destiny's prediction. Let's go ahead and compare.
Predictions too often.
Israel is going to attack the Gaza Strip. There's probably going to be a fair amount of damage and deaths, and in 3 weeks or 2 weeks, all of us are going to forget about this and move on to the next thing, because that's how it goes.
How many said you can't evacuate that many millions of people?
2 million people? Have that number of people ever been moved, like, from one area to another that quickly before? Has that happened before? That would be insane, though.
How many said that you can't do these strikes without there being, like, you know, thousands of civilians dead?
If, like, more than, like, 20, 30, 40,000 people die, yeah, I think that would be really, really, really bad for Israel.
How many have said that they're going to force them into the Sinai? They're not going to let them back in the north?
The only solution to Israel-Palestine is Israel basically just solidifying the hold on the territory they have. Palestinians basically just kind of being ass mad that they're slowly getting kicked out. But I do think that's probably what should happen. I haven't heard a good argument for what should happen in contrast to that.
There's so many.
Here's a good argument. How about we follow the model of South Africa and we have a pluralistic binational state with equal rights for all, freedom of religion, freedom of conscience, compensation and reparation for the ethnically cleansed Palestinians, and we go forward with an international agreement of a one-state solution and democracy that is superintended, and the transition is supported by international organizations and human rights organizations, and we help work to de-radicalize people that are seeking violence, especially in Israel. How about that as an alternative? You know what happened when we ended Jim Crow in the South? Were there mass killings of white people? No. When we ended apartheid in South Africa, were there mass killings of apartheid South African whites? No. Actually, the oppressed don't usually take revenge as long as they were giving truth, reconciliation, justice, and reparation. This is fucking nonsense. You're stupid.
Many bad predictions. You shouldn't be able to make this many predictions and be wrong and still have any amount of credibility. At some point, you should be hurt from that. But, ugh.
Destiny is without a doubt one of the most hostile, toxic, and this is the most important, wrong political commentators on the entire internet. Without a doubt, one of the dumbest pieces of shit I've ever seen. And again, I knew immediately what was going to happen. I knew immediately it was going to happen. And I came out and said it. I wasn't confused. I called it. I predicted it. I saw it. I posted it. October 8th, there's no way they could do this without outright genocide. It's qualitatively different if they choose to accompany it with a ground campaign to secure territorial control of the Strip and physically dismantle Hamas's government apparatus. There is no way they could do this without outright genocide. October 8th, 2023. I mean, that is, and here I am, sewer socialism 4 years ago. Now it's what Zohran Mandani is running for in New York City, and he's winning. I was right again. Not only am I right about my geopolitical analysis, I'm also right on my political strategy. What strategy would work? It's municipal elections, Mike. Sewer socialism. We see it tried in New York fucking City, and it's winning. And this is the thing. I have people that are Destiny fans who watch my stream trying to find clips, and they're never able to prove me wrong on any of this. They're all too cowardly to say anything because they know this is true. So they focus on team sports, parasocial mentality, and trying to like attack me instead of, because they just don't care about politics that much. They, for some reason, have made their life about Destiny a sex pest criminal. Dude, it's sunk cost fallacy. Let it go. Find a new community. Abundance Bros bending the knee to Big Z. You're also one of the largest meme picture PFP post face moron. I like replying to these people. Oh my god. Every time. Holy shit. Dylan Burns. Holy shit, dude. That's so funny, man. That's so fucking funny, dude. Holy shit. Destiny viewer too embarrassed to be following Destiny. Oh, every time, dude. Every fucking time, man. Holy shit. Every time. Every fucking time. Every fucking time. Holy shit. That's so funny. Abundance Bro. He replied. Where did he reply? What are you talking about? I think it's rude to overgeneralize. But my opinion of a lot of left-wing media is unfortunately well summarized by these two facts. The Chapel guys refused repeatedly to talk to me and Ezra after we were pitched for the show during the Abundance tour. Now Will insists that by inviting Mandani on my show to discuss our policy disagreements amounts to my total capitulation to the tenets of democratic socialism. Anyway, Mandani was really wonderful to talk to. We still disagree about housing, rent freeze, transit costs, public sector unions, the degree to which New York City's problems are principally a function of insufficient spending. It's okay to have conversations with people you think are wrong and who think you're wrong. It's fine, not that painful, kind of fun even. Oh, fuck. I love it, dude. It's so good. Will Menaker already replied? Garrick is right. We did refuse repeatedly to have him on the show. Oh, I mean, listen, I'm glad they did. Without Matt Christman there, I don't want Will and Felix to be debating policy. Without Matt, I don't want them debating policy. If I'm being honest. Zohran Mandani voted with Republicans against criminalizing ghost guns. He voted against banning revenge porn. He voted against giving all transit workers equal protection against assault. His record is clear. His vision is dangerous. It was sent to me. It was sent to me. I guarantee you that Zohran has an even better bill that he was trying to pass. On Friday night, we walked the length of Manhattan from Inwood Hill to Battery Park. New Yorkers deserve a mayor they can see, hear, even yell at. The city is in the streets. Oh, fuck yeah, man.
We have just begun our walk through the entirety of Manhattan. We're at Inwood Hill Park at the tip top. We're outside because New Yorkers deserve a mayor that they can see, they can hear, they can even yell at. Go, bro.
Go. Dude, long pants, long shirt. Now, I'm cold as a cucumber. I would not sweat. Zohran, if you can make that without getting all pit stained, that would be insane. Most people would be sopping.
Yeah? Tuesday!
Thank you, my brother.
Hey, we're yeah, everybody contento, my friend. Hey.
First of all, notice that he's not scared to be out on the streets like a piss-soaked conservative from the suburbs. He was walking through every neighborhood unafraid, like the piss-soaked fucking suburbanites that are constantly going, oh, it's so sad, so scary, oh!
Sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, brother.
Yes, you know that. You know that. Only the greatness, you know what I'm saying?
Good. When we launched this campaign on a cold October evening, few thought we could win. Thank you, my man. I'll see you. Thank you. But I always knew that we would build a campaign just like this.
Just voted today. Just voted today.
Over 1 million doors knocked, more than 40,000 volunteers. You are the beating heart of this campaign.
got this, man.
You have climbed 6-floor walk-ups and braved the pouring rain to canvas our city.
Wait, we both have canvas for you.
Can't wait to have you here.
You have shared our message with the very New Yorkers you've lived alongside for years, but never had the chance to meet. And make no mistake, this campaign is reaching every corner of this city.
Oh my gosh. I love volunteering for you. Thank you.
To everyone who pulls me aside to whisper with the best intentions, you have already won. I am sorry, but the days of moral victories are over. Because this is a campaign that is going to win on June 24th. And it's thanks to each and every one of you. All right, where are we headed?
You know, chat, I have felt like he's gonna, I've just felt like he's gonna pull it out. If he doesn't end up pulling it out, it'll be because the name recognition of Cuomo was so high and the amount of money on negative ads in places that you and I don't watch was enough to sway the elderly to vote in as a block for Cuomo. So this is really a battle between the dying elements of the Democratic Party versus the next generations taking power. If he really pulls it off, this chart goes down in electoral history. Oh yeah, definitely. February 3rd, Zohran 1%. June 18th, he's at 32%. I want to show you guys this speech that Zohran made. This isn't it. This is just part of it. I've been thinking about how I want to
words that Reverend Sharpton shared.
That's not it. Fuck. Here it is. He made it at National Action Network, which is one of the most important places for one of the most august networks for fighting for black liberation. And he went in to speak to those communities unafraid, because a lot of the Democratic Party machine has wormed its way into the trust of so many community leaders in black and brown spaces, and they've done nothing but use them for votes. And then when it comes time to actually return benefits, they've given fucking nothing in return. And so it's up to us progressives to earn those trust of those communities. And it's not going to happen because of one speech or one campaign. It has to be, we have to make people believe that we could deliver for them.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Zohran Kwame Mamdani, and I know that there are many here today, and there are many watching and many listening who may have seen an ad mentioning my name on TV, or a commercial on the radio, or a mailer in your mailbox, or a video when you're watching YouTube. And you may wonder, who is funding these ads? And it is in fact the same person that you were picketing just a few days ago. Because when Bill Ackman tries to take on diversity, equity, and inclusion, he also wants to take on any threat to the Trump administration across this country. And so just a few days ago, he spent another $250,000 on those same ads that you are seeing, and you are hearing, and you are reading. And so to quote the words of a famous New Yorker, allow me to reintroduce myself. I was born in Kampala, Uganda, in East Africa. I was given my middle name Kwame by my father, who named me after the first prime minister of Ghana. And decades ago, in Uganda, we won our independence from the British in 1962. We can clap for that. And when we did, the United States government gave the Ugandan government 23 scholarships as a gift for independence. And my father won one of those scholarships. He came to this country to study to be an engineer at the University of Pittsburgh. And sometime into his studies, his face buried in his book, he heard the words reverberate in the corridor around him, "Which side are you on? Which side are you on?" These were words being sung by members of SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, recruiting students to get on the bus to go to Montgomery, Alabama. And my father got on that bus. He marched, he was hosed down, he was thrown in jail, he was given one phone call. And he called the Ugandan ambassador to the United States. He said, "Can you get me out of jail?" The ambassador said, "What are you doing in jail? We sent you there to study."
My father said, you sent me here as a gift for our freedom. They are fighting for theirs. It's one and the same. And so I was raised with this understanding that freedom and the fight for it is interconnected. And as I look across this city today, I am reminded that freedom is only worth as much as our ability to exercise it. Because we hear politicians of the past come on stages across this city, including this one, saying that they believe this is the greatest city in the world. But they do not answer the question that Dr. King posed decades ago. What good is having the right to sit at a lunch counter if you can't afford to buy a hamburger? What good is being the greatest city in the world if New Yorkers can't afford to live here? What good is it if our own people cannot afford their rent, their childcare, their groceries, even $2.90 for their Metro card? What good is that but making a museum of what once was in the city that we love? And so I stand here before you as an assembly member running for mayor with a very simple message. I am running to make the most expensive city in the United States of America affordable. I'm running to make it affordable for the working and middle class New Yorkers who built this city. And I also know that to run, to believe, it is not enough in and of itself. Because we know the words of James 2:14. Faith without works is death. If we believe in something, we must deliver something. That is how we will be judged. And when I believe in affordability, I will deliver it by freezing the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants across the city of New York. When I believe in affordability, I will deliver it by making the slowest buses in the country fast and free. When I believe in affordability, I will deliver it by finally bringing universal childcare to each and every New Yorker across this city. But I know that there are many who say that when you stand for what you believe in, you lose your ability to win. And I actually think of the words that Reverend Sharpton shared when he was running for president. He shared, there are those in the Democratic Party who have driven the party further and further to the right in the name of a winning strategy. And it seems that it is their presumption that the only way to be electable is that progressive forces and people of color must voluntarily turn into invisible people. And I have spent this campaign speaking to those so-called invisible people. I have spoken to the New Yorkers who do not see them.
By the way, chat, okay, I gotta stop it there for a second because there's another angle where Al Sharpton and Spike Lee reacted to his quote, and you can see them getting gagged.
Reverend Sharpton shared when he was running for president. He shared, there are those in the Democratic Party who have driven the party further and further to the right in the name of a winning strategy. And it seems that it is their presumption that the only way to be electable is that progressive forces and people of color must voluntarily turn into invisible people. And I have spent this campaign speaking to those so-called invisible people. I have spoken to the New Yorkers who do not see themselves in their politics, do not see themselves in their politicians, and do not see themselves in the policies that are being proposed.
God, he's so good at this, chat. And you can see that's the truth. Is that we have to be brave to have ambition again. If you want to save this country, we're not going to do it through incremental pandering to Republican moderates. We're going to do it by bringing in millions and millions of people into believing in this country and themselves again. That is what we are missing in this country. The faith that things can get better, that we can achieve things, that things can get easier, not harder. The more technology we have, the easier things should be to survive. The more technology, the more comfortable we should be. The better the technology, the easier it should be to learn and to teach. But it feels like every time we make a step forward as a humanity, as a human race, we, as working class people and middle class people, we take a step back. The only people that are stepping forward are the richest of the rich. How many billions is too many billions for Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk? How many billions is too many billions? We don't know. Is there a number? Should it be trillions? 9 million people starve to death in this world every year. If Jeff Bezos gets to 1 trillion, are we going to save those children? If 30,000 American veterans sleep on the streets, if Elon Musk hits 1 trillion, will we give them a home? At what point is enough for the top? When will we turn toward the bottom, the least of us? I mean, like, honestly, what is it? When is enough enough?
Themselves in their politics, do not see themselves in their politicians, and do not see themselves in the policies that are being proposed. And what I have found is that it is time to bring those from the margins to the mainstream. It is time for us to make every New Yorker visible across this city. But when we stand up and do so, we will face the wrath of all the money in the world. And so right now, you will see more than $20 million being spent against me, $20 million being trying to redefine me. But let me tell you who I am. I am a man who believes in the possibility of this city. I am one who believes that we must win a new city, a city for each and every New Yorker, one they can afford, one they can do more than just struggle. And to do that, we have to leave behind the old city and the old politicians and the old ways that gave us the struggle that we're living in today. So it is my hope to not only earn your consideration, to not only earn your vote, but to earn your partnership. Because what I want to do is lead this city alongside each and every one of you. And it would be a dream if you gave me that opportunity on Tuesday, June 24th. Thank you so much.
Zohran, Mandani. Now, you know, I told all the candidates they had 5 minutes, but I didn't tell them the other prerequisite. You see, Zohran don't play fair. To quote Sharpton in front of Sharpton. Play fair now, Zohran. That was a chess move there. That's checkmate.
You have to understand that there are a lot of people who, in their heart of hearts, want to be left-wing, but because of how painful the world is, they get scar tissue, and they start to turn toward themselves and their family and their friend, and they turn away from hope. So part of our job is to heal people. Reach out. That's part of the job of a socialist and a leftist, is to heal people that can be healed. But we also, in every hospital has surgeons, and surgeons commit violence on the body in service of health. And sometimes we need to cut out tumors. Sometimes we need to lance boils. Sometimes we need to fumigate parasites. Healing is not just gentle menstruation. Sometimes it is violent removal. And a good healer uses all the tools. He picks the appropriate tool to treat the disease in front of him. We are not the tolerant left. We are the effective left. All right, I heard that Ethan Klein got made fun of by Stavi. Does anybody have that clip? Does anybody have the clip of Ethan Klein getting made fun of by Stavros? Oh yeah, here, I found it. Oh, this is old. This is old. I thought it was new.
Dude, did you want me? There was a big fruit basket from Hamas outside. Did you want me to bring it in? They were really happy for all your. They were like, it just said thank you for all your hard work.
Dude, don't fucking help me, dude.
Guys, I'm here with my boy Zohran Mamdani, the next mayor of New York City. He is running a campaign that's for the people, make things affordable, free buses, freeze rent. Let's make, if you're a working class person, you can actually live in this incredible city that you helped make great. He's not, here's some other things he's got going for him. Not backed by billionaires, not a disgraced sex pest. Give us some bullet points.
As the next mayor of this city, I'm going to make the most expensive city in the United States affordable for New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. Savi was saying, freezing the rent for rent-stabilized tenants, making the slowest buses in the country fast and free, deliver universal child care. We can only do this, though, if you come out and vote. Election day is on June 24th, on Tuesday, at 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. That's our last opportunity to send Andrew Cuomo back to the suburbs.
Let's get him out of here, baby. Let's get this man. This is the next mayor.
Come on.
Vote.
We love our leftist Joe Rogan. This is my Joe Rogan. What's his policy on Albanians? I'm a Yugoslavian irredentist. There, I said it. There, I said it, chat. That's my policy. I'm a Yugoslavian irredentist. Forcibly reunite Yugoslavia. Tito, this is my policy. I'm sorry, chat. I tried to, you know, propagandize you for a while.
Still strong, Yugoslavia.
Okay, sorry, chat. Yugoslavia irredentist. When will we know the primary results? End of June? I think it's gonna take a few, like at least a week is what I heard. Trump assembles national security team amid threat of Iranian retaliation against U.S. forces. Like, oh, for fuck's sake. He's such a fucking idiot. Can we... You know, so many neocons are Malding right now. Like, think about all the neocons at like the Bulwark who switched to the Democratic Party, and now Donald Trump is out there bombing Iran. How many never Trump Republicans are Malding right now? How many never Trump neocon Republicans are like, maybe Trump isn't so bad after all? Iran's military chief, what? Declares American blunder of striking Iran will be dealt with in decisive response commensurate with the aggression, and continue punishing Netanyahu to the point of destruction.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. ترامپ با زیر پا گذاشتن همه قوانین بین المللی وارد حریم کشور.
If I had one suggestion to everybody who is confronting Trump, you should put out an English language statement. You should put out an English language statement. Like, this is you know, propaganda 101. But they should put out a statement in, you know, their native language, of course, to their own people. But they should also put out an English language statement, because English is the most commonly spoken language in the entire world. And it's a massive advantage for the United States to have all of the English language propaganda. And Americans can't read, so if you just put subtitles in, it's not enough.
مقدس ما حمله کرد و آسیب‌هایی هم وارد آورده. فارغ از اینکه خسارات وارد شده ناشی از این اقدام نابخردانه به چه میزانی است، نفس این جنایت و حرمت شکنی بی پاسخ نخواهد ماند به فضل الهی. این اقدام ترامپ از سر استیصال و برای نجات نیروی نیابتیش رژیم صهیونی به ویژه شخص نتانیاهوست. وقتی آثار ضعف و شکست رو در نتانیاهو دید، تصمیم گرفت با این اقدام یک تنفس مصنوعی به او بدهد. اما این اشتباه بسیار بزرگی بود. قبلا ما بارها پیامدهای اون رو هشدار داده بودیم. ضمن این که تنبیه نتانیاهو را تا رساندن به بیچارگی به اذن الله با قدرت.
What? Everyone keep oil prices down. I'm watching. You're playing right into the hands of the enemy. Don't do it. What? What? Oh my God.
ادامه خواهیم داد. در برابر این خطای آمریکا هم متناسب با اقدام متجاوز قاطعانه اقدام خواهیم کرد به حول قوه الهی. بنده یک بار دیگر خازانه از مردم، از این ملت عزیز، بی‌نظیر و موقعیت شناس تشکر میکنم. حضور مردم، روحیه مردم، پایداری مردم، همبستگی و همدلی مردم که یادآور روزهای دفاع مقدس هست، پشتیبانی که از نیروهای مسلح میکنند، اقداماتی که در کمک به همدیگر انجام میدهند، اینها همه قوت قلب ماست، سوخت موشک‌ها و پهپادهای ماست. این حرارت عشق ملت به دست با کفایت رزمندگان ما تبدیل به سجیل‌های آتشینی خواهد شد که ریشه دشمن را میسوزاند. واقعاً از صمیم قلب دوستتان دارم ملت ایران. من سرباز ایرانی اگر 1000 بار برای این مردم و اعتقادات اونها کشته بشم، باز هم دوست دارم به عشق این مردم زنده بشم، با دشمنان این ملت بجنگم و کشته شوم. کاملا بدیهی است که فرزندان چنین ملتی در نیروهای مسلح هرگز با هیچ متجاوزی مماشات نخواهند کرد و با
AOC clapback. All right, hold on. Radical Democrat rep AOC proudly endorsed escorted Hamas supporter Mahmoud Khalil back to New York City. You just kidnapped this man off the street because you didn't like his speech, threw him in a cell for 104 days, ignored court orders, denied relief so he had to listen to his wife's birth, their child over a phone, and you want to call him the terrorist? Look in the mirror. And by the way, chat, if you're one of these people who's like, oh, if you protest America, it means you hate America, you are a dumb fuck. The American government isn't America. The American government is a group of bureaucrats doing shit with our money. If I don't like it, I'm gonna protest it. So they do stuff that I like, you dumb soy right fucking cuck bitch ass cuck. Fuck you. Fox News is claiming Bob Avakian protesting. Yeah, posting. Yeah, of course. Iranian strike on US based at Al Udeid is imminent, according to Fox News. Cuck ass cuck. What do you think of this analysis as China using Iran as a proxy? The reality is that if the United States adopts a escalatorily aggressive strategy towards China, there's going to be a breaking point where China is going to respond in kind. And the US is not prepared. The United States of America is not prepared to fight China. Ethan can finally say he's in the news. Ethan Klein is a raging misogynist who hates women. Excellent piece by Caton Barge. Chad, I am working. I basically want to create I want us to be almost a rallying point for fighting against the soy right. I want everybody to know about every single cockroach incident, every single time XQC ate his toenails on stream. I want every single time Ethan Klein was inappropriate and sexually charged toward children and underage girls to be known. I want the soy right to be exposed. Also, Ethan Klein is one of those people that legitimately looked better fat. Now, Ethan Klein bloomed up. He was a fatso. Like, there's no doubt about it. I hate to use that word, right? But it is true. But he was objectively more attractive at 250 than he is now. He looks like, what's the best way to describe it? Like, I've said this before, but the Men in Black, the cockroach that was wearing the skin of the redneck, you know what I mean? He looks like that guy. The cockroach that was wearing the skin. Like, space cockroach. He's called Edgar the Bug.
Go out, I work my butt off to live, and all I want
is acceptable.
Edgar, what on earth was that?
Sugar.
I've never seen sugar do that.
Give me sugar in water.
Oh, yeah. Is that letter?
Anyway, back to Ethan Klein. Holy shit. Doesn't he though? Am I right or am I right? He's gonna get a nussy soon. You know that like neck pussy that Trump has? Not necklace. What the fuck? Neck. Yeah, you see the neck pussy that Trump has? Ethan Klein's gonna get himself a neck pussy soon. That's a nussy. Why did you have to put that out in the universe? You can see the neck skin. The neck skin is like, you can see like 3 wrinkles. Those are his former, he used to have a triple chin, I guess. And because of, you know, Ozempic basically makes it so you don't feel hungry. You know, his skin was like, and the thing is, he goes around like, listen, I don't think that you should in general be attacking people for their appearance. I think it's a little bit uncouth. But in Ethan Klein's case, he does nothing but attack people on their appearance. And he has since he was a fat slob too. That's the thing that's fucking crazy. He was a fat slob piece of shit and he was attacking people for their appearance and like trying to find unflattering photos of people. Like, fuck this guy. Like, look at this fucking disgusting rat. All right. Okay. What else did we want to talk about today? Oh, hey chat, I made a tickety talk and hold on. And it has 80,000 views. If you're not already following my tickety talk,
Ethan Klein,
you have to get in here and you have to follow my TikTok. I'm already blowing up. I posted like 4 TikToks and I'm already starting to blow up. So, here, let's watch it.
Ethan Klein is suing DEMS, Frogan, and Caseytron. Whoa, whoa, drama. I'm sorry, everybody. Mike from PA here. I had to come on here and laugh at Ethan Klein, who is purportedly suing the people, the creators that I mentioned, two of which are Muslim women, smaller creators. And I just wanted to laugh at how stupid it is, how much he's a total moron. And the idea that they violated his copyright on a video that is a reaction to their clips is one of the dumbest arguments I've ever seen.
I have like one eyebrow hair that's like out of place and it's like killing me. And also my hair is like completely frizzed out. But I actually, the thing about me is I just don't, I'm not vain at all. I wish I was. Like I legitimately wish I was vain. But just because you wish you were vain doesn't mean you are. You know what I mean? Because like so many people are so like up their own ass with how they look. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it.
Purportedly advanced by a barred attorney. This is clearly a vexatious, meritless slap lawsuit by a total fucking moron and a complete fraud. And he's falling off. Everyone hates him. He is a genocidal maniac, and he deserves everything that's coming to him. And yes, I'm sure any attorney and any judge who sees this evidence would immediately throw it out on his ass. And hey, dumb fuck, you're using our clips.
Ethan Klein is suing DEMS, Frogan.
Ethan Klein gets so much hate, it's not enough. 2,358 likes in a comment. My God.
Whoa, whoa.
Holy shit, dude. All right, everybody's like World War III. Okay. Well, I will make sure you go and follow this, guys. I need to get to 10K. I need to get a TikTok following. I need to get a TikTok following, chat, because for some reason, nobody respects Twitch. I've got millions and millions of hours watched. I think I have like 16 million hours watched, 1 million over the last 3 months, which is an absolutely insane amount of viewership. This is like challenge. This is like similar to a television cable network. Literally batshit crazy. I respect Twitch. Yes, thank you, Sean. I'm talking about the political sphere. People do not respect Twitch. So I have to get on TikTok just for that. Just so people are like, oh, 1/1000th of that viewership is me. Very unlikely. Do you know how many hours are in a year? 52 times 7 times 24. Now you know. If you watched me for all, it's 8,736 hours in a year. So when I say I have 1 million hours watched, if you spent every hour you have waking and sleeping in the entire year, you wouldn't even make a dent. Mike, you should do one of your motivational speeches that talk about the world could be a better place on TikTok. Guarantee it'll go viral because everyone's a fucking doomer on there. Okay, I'll try that. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. The other thing is, one of the best things about me is I don't care if things fail. That's one of my virtues. I actually don't even give a shit. I have no ego about this stuff. I actually don't even care. So I can just try things until they work. Okay, I might as well. Is World War III starting? Is World War III starting? Iran. Okay, hold on. World War III? Question mark, exclamation point. Iran launches attacks on U.S. bases in great. Iran is most probably hours away from launching retaliatory strikes on U.S. military sites, a high-ranking political source in Tehran told AMWJ Media. The decision, they report, has been made, but officials are still consulting on precise targets. American regional interests are expected to come under fire with U.S. facilities in Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, and Iraq-Jordan-Syria border zone among possible targets. Most bases have reportedly been evacuated, suggesting Iran's response may carry symbolic weight, leaving Trump to decide whether to escalate. The BBC reports a credible threat to Al Qudud Air Base in Qatar, home to CENTCOM's headquarters for all U.S. air operations in the Middle East. As DropSite reported earlier, Qatar has temporarily closed its airspace, and the base is now on high alert. Missiles towards Iraq? Iran also launched missiles. Okay, I don't know who Clash Report is, so I don't know how reliable that is. Scenes above Qatar.
Yeah, madam.
Well, multiple interceptors seen leaving Qatar during the Iranian ballistic missile attack against U.S. airbase.
Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah.
Look how many missiles, look how many interceptors they're firing. 4 million, 4 million, 2 million, 2 million, 4 million, 2 million, 4 million, 2 million. Like, god damn, dude. Like, that is... There's your free buses in New York City. There's your free buses. Anytime Hassan leaves his house, shit happens. Every single time Hassan leaves, Hasanabi leaves his house, Iran launches the strike. They were waiting. They were waiting for Hassan to leave his house. Hasanabi leaves, World War III starts. He's not allowed to leave his house anymore. I'm drawing the line. I'm drawing the fucking line. Hassan leaves his house and World War III starts. He's not allowed to leave his house anymore. Hasanabi, chain him to the streaming chair. He's not allowed to leave. I don't know what else to say, Chad. It's Hassan leaves home, major world event. Hassan leaves home, major world event.
All right, so Iran has started hitting at the U.S. base. There's some firework retaliation right there. That little bad boy right there came from Iran, trying to make it. Oh shit, it might make it actually. Oh shit, that little boy's. Oh shit, I think it made it. I think it made it. Look at everybody getting excited. I don't even understand it. It's like fireworks compared to Yemen. But yeah, it's beautiful. There's a lot of cars going out. Probably a lot of people
and
going to be in
Iran
the Saudi
fighting. Hate
borders
to
today.
see my two main funders go
Man,
at it
this is
like
fucking
this.
beautiful. Oh shit, they got there too?
Hassan's not allowed to don't make these. He's not allowed to make these jokes. He's not allowed to leave. At least you come out and say it. You're a terrorist. Did I say Maine? Oh fuck. Thankfully I can edit. Thankfully I can edit my posts. All right, let's actually pull up some real news.
Wix, one platform
is to be completely unsafe for many civilians.
Have grave consequences if things are going to escalate. And for example, the Strait of Hormuz is going to be closed.
The Hague, there we can talk to our reporter.
To spend.
War is incredibly. Okay, Hashem Al-Habara joining us there from The Hague. Many thanks indeed. Now, Israel's barrage of attacks on Iran and defense of its territory is costing hundreds of millions of dollars every day. Its David Sling defense system used to shoot down missiles, drones and aircraft costs around $700,000
He missed his flight.
For each launch. For long-range ballistic threats, Israel relies on the Arrow 3 systems at a cost of $3 to $4 million per missile. F-35 fighter jets are also being used in long-range missions. An hour in the air costs $10,000, and that does not include fuel nor weapons. Well, the Aaron Institute for Economic Policy says if this conflict drags on for a month, it could cost Israel up to $12 billion. And repairing damage from Iranian missile strikes could cost more than $400 million for the hundreds of buildings that have been hit so far. Uri Goldberg is an Israeli political commentator, joins us now from Tel Aviv. And Uri, as we've just outlined there, war is incredibly expensive. How long can Israel sustain it?
Not long. Even if the United States attaches Israel to artificial economic life support, Israel can't sustain such a war effort for a long time. It isn't just the costs of doing business, it's also the impact on Israeli society and on the Israeli domestic economy. Israelis are not consuming anything but staples they can buy. It's specially opened stores over the past week. Imagine what happens to everything else, from theaters to restaurants to everything in between.
And if we look at the strikes that Israel made today in Iran, what exactly do you think are its objectives at this stage of the war? Because we saw them striking particularly the road to Fordo nuclear site, which the US said had been obliterated. Also, though, the gates to Evin prison.
Well, those are two different things. Striking the road to Fordo seems to suggest that Israel is convinced that nobody really knows where Iran's stockpile actually is, and that if anybody wants to move anything that was left in Fordo, they should not be able to do so, or move anything into the complex Bombing roads usually means that Israel doesn't know what is at the end of the road. As far as the bombing of Evin prison, certainly domestically, this has been spun as indication of Israel's great care for the victims of the Islamic Republic's repression. Effectively speaking, this seems like a hollow PR gesture. Bombing a prison does not liberate its inmates. That doesn't appear to be the case when it came to Evin. Israel is going after the most obvious symbols of the Islamic Republic, some internationally, supposedly like Evin prison, and some with an Israeli highlight like the famous clock in Tehran Square counting down to 2040 when Israel will have ceased to exist. Once again, going after such targets usually indicates that there are no actual serious targets to bomb. That has been the case in Gaza. That has been the case every time Israel has adopted massive bombing as its main strategy. I would suggest that this indicates Israel doesn't really know what it's doing and certainly doesn't know what it wants in the coming stages of this conflict with Iran.
And I just want to get an idea from you of the psychological impact that Iran's waves of missiles and drones are having on Israelis there. This is now the 11th day of the conflict, and you yourself have been one of the people who've been in and out of shelters an awful lot over the past week or so.
Definitely, and I think you need to separate two levels of influence. First, at the public level, there's certainly a rallying behind the flag, behind the government, a spike in support of Prime Minister Netanyahu, and many statements suggesting that this, of course, was a necessary step and it had to be done. I'll remind you that a whole generation of Israelis grew up with a narrative that seemed foundational about how Iran's sole purpose is to destroy Israel. And that narrative makes it appear legitimate in Israeli eyes to strike Iran without any sort of probable cause and in stark violation of international law. Privately, Israelis are starting to get tired. They won't show it. They'll be resilient. They'll support the government. But this has been going on for a long time. The entire country, and I'm a part of this, has not slept for more than a week now because barrages usually come at night or they come in the morning. There is a sort of a pretense that everything is slowly returning to normal. And you hear statements from official Israeli spokespersons ranging from Israel wants to end this war quickly to we will renew, we will reopen public offices, we will make services available. The truth is that there is, to a large extent, chaos in Israel. Nobody quite knows what's happening. Nobody quite knows who's working, why, and where. And this is the new normal.
Ori Goldberg, many thanks indeed for joining us from Tel Aviv. As ever, it's great to get your insights on the situation.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my God.
So it seems these missile launch several
missile has not
10 children who are admitted on the hospital in the rest of the hospital still working because of their severe acute malnutrition suffering.
I was going to bring you some news from Qatar now, where there have been sounds of loud explosions heard over Doha shortly after Qatar temporarily closed its airspace. Iran has fired missiles towards the US base in Qatar, following Tehran's threat to retaliate against the US's strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. Iran media says the retaliation against the United States base at Al Udeid and in Qatar and American bases in Iraq has begun. Sitar Sadiqi is an assistant professor at the University of Tehran. Now, she lives in Isfahan, and that is a nuclear facility that has been hit by one of the US strikes.
Well, based on Iranians and U.S. officials' reports, the damage to Isfahan's nuclear facility has not been very significant. I live not very far. I mean, I live in Isfahan, and we're not very far from the site I was hit, and we did not even hear any explosions. Maybe some people who lived closer heard some explosion, but it seems the damage has been of less significance compared to the attack on the two other more important nuclear facilities. So far, this is what we know, but we're waiting for more reports on how significant and extensive the damages have been so far. seeing how people are still keeping a normal life, going to their gatherings. Just walked in a park 2 days ago, and families were just having fun in the parks. Of course, it's not as busy as it used to be, but normal life is going on. And I think it's because the Iranian people have developed resilience against U.S. and Israeli aggressions over the past decades. They have overcome sanctions, terrorist attacks by U.S. and Israeli-backed and trained terrorist groups, and we have developed this resilience. Yes, every now and then we hear the defense system. We also cheer the launching of missiles in response to Israeli aggression, which brings confidence and national unity. There is a lot more unity. People who did not agree on certain political or maybe cultural issues inside a country are now all condemning Israeli attacks, and they're demanding a strong response from the government. And that's the main change that you can see in the Iranian society. But apart from that, I can tell you that for the most part, normal life is going on, and people are keeping up.
Okay, we're going to bring you more now on our breaking news, the loud explosions that have been heard over the Qatari capital, Doha, in the past 30 minutes. Let's go to Ali Hashem. He's in the Iranian capital, Tehran, because we're seeing, Ali, Tasnim news agency saying that an operation called Annunciation of Victory has begun against U.S. air bases in Qatar and indeed in Iraq. What more can you tell us?
Well, it seems that this is the beginning of an Iranian retaliation towards American bases in the Gulf. We've heard and saw pictures from Qatar. Also, there are reports from Iraq. Now there are reports of sirens in Bahrain. So it seems these missile launches are targeting several bases around the Gulf. The Iranians say that this is in retaliation to the United States attack on the 3 nuclear sites on Sunday morning. And for now, we are not sure what's the scope and what's the timing. I mean, how much will this continue? Or it's going to be a one hit and that's it. And of course, whether this is also going to be a pretext for the United States to retaliate or to enter the war, this is something no one knows. It's just part of the analysis. Now, many analysts think that this could be a kind of a choreographed attack. That is being, I mean, the Americans are informed in advance, just like in 2020 when Iran retaliated to the killing of General Soleimani, and the Iranian knowing in advance of the attack on Fordo. But these are just speculations. Whatever is going to happen.
I mean, like, my personal feeling on this is that Iran does not want to escalate the war because that is threat to regime survival. They want to remain in charge of the country. They don't want to have to be fighting the US. They talk tough, but they don't want to fight the US. And this is actually the advantage to the aggressor, because when Iran finally realizes that they have to fight the US, they'll have a significant degrading of capacity. And this is just an incorrect political assumption. If you want to make it impossible to attack you, you have to you have to make attacks painful. If an imperialist aggressor is allowed to do gunboat diplomacy up your ass every time they attack you and you don't react, well, then they're just going to embolden them to do more.
Is going to happen just after these attacks.
For it to be a world war, wouldn't Iran need to have at least one ally? Basically, what will happen is there will be smuggling of weapons. It'll be a proxy thing. It'll be, I would say it'd be closer to like Vietnam or Ukraine right now, which is you have a hyperpower or regional power or superpower, whatever, in a war of attrition in a territory, and the states that are in opposition to that power are going to be funding, giving weapons, giving aid to cause as much damage as possible. And in this conflict, I mean, the war on Iran is completely unjustifiable under international law. Iran is not a neighboring country to the United States. It is not building like spy locations or secret, you know, missile silos that are too close to react to. You know, it is 100% a war of aggression.
And then we will know what's the posture, what's the status quo. But this is unprecedented, of course.
Of course, it is unprecedented. There was talk of Iran retaliating, as you say, against the U.S. strikes on its 3 nuclear sites in Iran. However, the U.S. warned that if it did, there would be severe retaliation in response. So many people believed that Iran might actually do an alternative retaliation, something covert, something cyber, something like closing the Strait of Hormuz. The region was on alert. The US bases in the region were on alert. But it's hard to believe that actually this was going to happen, that Iran was going to go through with escalating this conflict in the way it has.
Well, the fact is that the whole situation is escalated. It's been escalated since yesterday dawn, when the nuclear facilities were attacked. And we thought that the Iranians were taking their time to consider, to calculate before retaliating. They've retaliated against Israel by hitting, by launching several barrages towards different Israeli cities yesterday and today. Now it's clear that the Iranians want to make a clear statement that they will not allow any breach to their sovereignty. But what is the cost of this, and what is going to be the ceiling for such an escalation? This is something that no one knows. We are still also waiting a political retaliation from the Iranians, the NPT exit that the parliament was discussing. And actually, this is going to be another major escalation in retaliation to the attacks. So the whole region is now on the verge of an explosion, probably, just in case the United States is going to deal with these attacks without practicing restraint as expected. Because in the last time when something similar happened in 2020, the Americans, the United States assassinated General Soleimani, then the Iranians retaliated by hitting the American base in Iraq, Ain al-Assad, and then things went to calm. Are things going to calm this time? This is a big question, especially in the middle of a war, a wide-range war that we are witnessing, probably the first in the history of this region.
Did I hear former President Medvedev, I could never say his name, fucking Christ, from Russia, casually throwing around the N-word, nuclear, and saying he and other countries would supply nuclear warheads to Iran? Did he really say that, or is it just a figment of my imagination? If he did say that, and if confirmed, please let me know immediately. The N-word should not be treated so casually. I guess that's why Putin's the boss. By the way, if anyone thinks our hardware was great over the weekend, far and away the strongest and best equipment we have, 20 years advanced over the pack, is our nuclear submarines. They are the most powerful and lethal weapons ever built, and just launched 30 Tomahawks. All 30 hit their mark perfectly. So in addition to our great fighter pilots, thank you to the captain and crew. They're not fighter pilots, they're bomber pilots. They're not fighter pilots, they're bomber pilots. As the son of a fighter pilot is not a bomber pilot, you fucking poser nerd. God damn it. Like, it's so funny how, like, people are like, I love the military. I love my Donald Trump. He's dumb as fuck. Their fighters pilots are great fighter pilots. Great fighter pilots. They're bomber pilots.
In years, this is maybe the first major war in this region after the 2003 invasion of Iraq. And today, earlier today, we heard from President Trump hinting towards regime change, hinting without saying it clearly. It's obvious now that things are escalating, things are getting in a way or another to the verge of out of control category. We need to see.
OK, Ali, just stay with us, if you will. I'm just going to bring our viewers up to speed. It's just gone 17 GMT. If you're just joining us, I'm Laura Kyle. You're watching Al Jazeera. We are coming to you from Qatar, where just in the past half an hour there have been sounds of loud explosions over Doha. Indeed, the explosions that we could hear in the studio. We understand that Iran has fired missiles towards the US base in Qatar. Now, that is situated outside of the capital, Doha, an Al Udeid air base, where there are normally some 10,000 soldiers stationed there and plenty of aircraft, but they have been evacuated in recent days. And we understand that there are very few soldiers also on that airbase. All of this follows Tehran's threat to retaliate against the US strikes on the Iranian nuclear sites. That was on Saturday night. We've just been hearing from the Iranian state news agency that this was an operation that they called Annunciation of Victory, and it has been launched against US bases here in Qatar and indeed in Iraq. We're also seeing Bahrain saying that sirens there have been sounded. Citizens are being asked to remain calm. Qatar did temporarily close its airspace, which remains closed now. Some 2.5 hours ago, they did that. So they were expecting some sort of attack to be launched. I want to take you back to Ali now, because obviously he's in Tehran, and this is a country that launched these attacks, these unprecedented attacks towards US air bases in the Middle East, in the region. Do we know what exactly was fired and what was intercepted?
Well, for the moment, there's no clear picture what was fired, but probably what was fired were ballistic missiles, just the same like the ones, or most of the ones, that were launched previously towards Israel. We've seen several interceptions, at least in Doha, from the air defenses. However, now we know more of attacks also in Iraq, in Bahrain. At least there are sirens that were reported in Bahrain. So it seems that...
Why don't you think oil isn't catching a bit off these headlines? Because they're not closing the strait. If they're not attacking oil infrastructure, they're just attacking American bases, then there's no reason to think oil is going to spike. If anything, these attacks are a sign that oil supplies are secure. If they're just attacking, empty American bases, then this is just a symbolic response. They're not actually attempting to attack the United States. They're not actually attempting to undermine the oil supplies. If Iran actually did that, for example, if they launched strikes against oil tankers and sunk them, then oil would be at 150. But since they attacked bases that have been evacuated, then people are like, oh, okay, oil is fine. And they're selling it because it ran up a little bit over the risk. Parliament voted to close the strait. Well, they didn't, so. So that was one hit. We see one hit, but it's so far away, it's hard to even declare that anything.
Most of the American bases in the region are currently under attack or have been under attack in the past minutes, because I'm not sure whether the attack is still ongoing till this moment. And
my brother is stationed as a contractor for the federal government in Dubai, and he's saying all this stuff about info coming out of Qatar. Used to be the supply cord is discharged. I mean, we'll find out soon enough.
The moment this is going to come to an end is the moment we're going to hear more from the other side, from the American side, whether it's going to be the end of this whole episode.
China is already stronger than the United States. China is already, I'll say that again, China is already stronger than the United States toe-to-toe, but they're not militarily mobilized. So they can't fight the United States around the world tomorrow because they're not militarily mobilized. They're slowly building up their capability, a military capability, but they are not currently capable of fighting the US around the world. However, if you look at each state, China is much more powerful. If it was a, China versus US war, China has way more capability. If any war any war lasting longer than 6 months, China is going to have a massive advantage. Any conflict that lasted a few weeks, the US would have an advantage. And so that's kind of the state of play right now. Did you hear that Twitch is invalidated refunding subs on many smaller streamers? I think it's more like people are refunding their subs that they gifted, and Twitch is taking away that money. It is what it is, you know. I'm sure I get some refunds every month, but guess what? Doesn't really matter.
Strike in Iran and then major strike on Iranian nuclear facility.
Have I gone on Chapo? Could I go on Chapo? I mean, sure, it would be funny. I would go on Chapo. I really want to, I wish I had a time machine. I want to go and talk to Matt. I'm a Matt Chrisman guy. I listened to Chapo for Matt. So, Matt in semi-retirement, recovering from his stroke, it's not as interesting to me anymore. I still like Chapo. I still listen to them, a few times a month. They're cool. I'm just a Matt guy. There's Felix guys and there's Matt guys. I'm a Matt guy. Is there a reason to link up with Hassan more? What do you mean? I do all the time. When you're a streamer, you don't just go up people's asses 24/7. I chat and chat. I go on when there's a big event. I mean, most of the people that are collaborating with Hassan are doing so through the pod. There was an interception. That's crazy.
And an Iranian retaliation, or it's going to go.
Do you think China is leaning on Iran to be restrained? Yes. In 10 more years, China will be capable of not depending upon external imports of strategically important minerals like oil. But right now, their economy relies on these imports. They're trying to build an electrified alternative, and they have made tremendous progress, but their economy is still vulnerable to being strangled by the loss of oil exports. So it's not in their interest to escalate this war at this time.
Towards a new episode, President Trump...
Why in 10 years will they not? Because they're building 150 nuclear power plants. They're building gigawatts of solar, wind, and geothermal energy. They're building the world's largest hydroelectric dam. So they are building energy sources. They're spending more on fusion and fission research than any other country. I think they're building a thorium reactor. So basically they're trying to get themselves independent of fossil fuels. They haven't been able to do it yet. But it is in their interest that Iran not fall under the purview of the United States. So their goal is to, quite frankly, maintain the status quo. Because for the Chinese, they're winning. The Chinese feel like they're winning the status quo. So if they just let the status quo run for another 10 years, they will be able to surpass the US. But if there's something that happens that severely disrupts their growth and their ability to continue, then that could threaten their position. So that's literally China's plan. Now, you could disagree with it. I disagree with it. I feel like China's missing a very big opportunity for soft power by standing up to America more forcefully. That's my personal take. China is basically like, oh, we should follow international law. We should follow international law. But if you're not willing to do anything to help enforce international law, then international law is a dead letter. And that's kind of the crisis we're in.
Might seize the moment, seize the pretext to get involved more and more in this war. Also, most importantly, you will have to hear also from the countries in the region that were under this attack.
Ali, just talk us through the timeline today, because you were talking to us earlier we were hearing some news about a possible Iranian retaliation in the coming hours. I mean, clearly that was leaked news. You were getting a heads up of what was to come.
Indeed, just like a few hours ago, we got a leak that there's going to be something tonight, probably a political retaliation. And then we understood that there might be retaliation, military retaliation. So it's clear that the Iranians were considering their options over the past 24 hours, and they kept silent on what they are going to do. Of course, this day started with a midday huge explosions in Tehran after Israeli airstrikes. The Iranian foreign minister was in Moscow meeting the Russian president. So it was clear there were several paths or parallel paths that are going on. Iranian retaliation to Israel also. So we were seeing all these coming, but still there was an ambiguity surrounding Iran's retaliation. Part of this ambiguity was related to the decision-making process, but it seems that there was a decision, because the moment we are seeing now this attack, then there is a decision that was taken and was given, and we are still anticipating another retaliation, which is the diplomatic retaliation, which could be Iran's exit from the non-proliferation treaty.
We're just seeing news coming from Iran's armed forces saying that the US regional bases are, quote, a major weakness and a thorn in the side of the US warmongering regime, not a strength. That's a statement that's coming from the armed forces. I mean, these are clearly aligned with the supreme leader. As we know, in Iran, in Tehran, we've got the leadership at the top speaks more or less with one voice, and we earlier heard the supreme leader give his first response to the US strikes, promising to punish the Zionist enemy. I mean, really, the signs were there, weren't they, that Iran was not going to back down after the US struck its nuclear sites?
Well, now we are seeing another statement from Iran, one from the IRGC saying that the Dhufra base in the Emirates was also, the United Arab Emirates was attacked with Khaybar 3 missiles. Also, the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council will issue a statement on Iran's missile response to the US aggression in a few weeks, in a few minutes, not weeks. So we have now the statement in response to America's aggressive and brazen action against Iran's nuclear sites and facilities. A few hours ago, the powerful armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran destroyed the American air base in Udeid, Qatar.
Iran used 42 missiles on the Al Adid U.S. military base at Al Adid, the same number of missiles used against the Iranian nuclear sites in its unlawful attack. I mean, that seems like, I think the strategy that Iran is taking is that they just want to pummel Tel Aviv and Israel until Israel runs out of interceptors, while keeping the U.S. kind of on the sidelines. That seems to be the strategy. But is that going to work?
The number of missiles used in this successful operation was the same as the number of bombs used by the United States in its attack on Iran's nuclear facilities, and the base targeted in the attack by Iranian forces was far from the urban facilities and residential areas in Qatar. This action does not pose any threat to our friendly and brotherly country Qatar and its noble people, and the Islamic Republic of Iran remains committed to maintaining and continuing warm and historic relations with Qatar. Then there's another, I'm sorry, I'm just updating the statements that are arriving one after one. The last one is that from the armed forces, this of our forces will turn any repetition of aggression into accelerating the collapse of U.S. military infrastructure in the region. The moment the attack happened, the American attack happened on the nuclear facilities in Iran on Sunday morning, we saw the IRGC statement mentioning the issue about the American bases, saying that they're all under observation.
Okay, that is Ali Hashim joining us there from Tehran. Ali, for the moment, many thanks indeed. We'll, of course, be coming back to you, I believe, pretty shortly. First of all, now we're going to go to Osama bin Javed. He is joining us from North Qatar. Osama, you must have heard those explosions. We heard them here in the studio. What's the situation where you are?
Do you think there's anything we could do to reduce the risk of nuclear war? Of course. Dismantle nuclear weapons. Remove them from, short cool-down firing. International observation. Nuclear weapon-free world. Etc., etc., etc. We did it with chemical weapons. We've largely done it with biological weapons. There's no reason we couldn't do it for nuclear weapons.
Well, it was extraordinary scenes here in the skies of Qatar, where multiple projectiles were launched, incoming and outgoing, where a majority of them were intercepted. So far, we did not see any explosions take place apart from the ones that we saw in the sky. It appears that these were ballistic missiles that were fired from Iran towards Qatari airspace and specifically towards the Udeid airbase, as Ali was just reading you the statement from the IRGC. So it appears that the Udeid Air Base, which is the largest in the region, has now come under attack. And this was the first time that its air defense systems, the Patriot missile batteries that have been stationed here, did come into test. There were multiple explosions that were heard here. And in the lead up to this happening, in the few hours here in Qatar, multiple embassies, including the US and the UK embassy, advised its residents to take shelter. Also, the Qataris closed its airspace. So giving an indication that perhaps there was forewarning of what is to come. But it appears that because the tensions had been heightened to a level, because because the Iranians had come under attack, that the Iranians have now hit these places. So it appears that it's not just Qatar, but other areas in the Middle East that have also been targeted. And that's what we've been talking about after the U.S. attack, because it is not just the presence of U.S. military personnel and hardware in places like Qatar, but it's also in Iraq and in Syria, where they're exposed from multiple sides as well. But so far, here in Qatar, there have been no reports of casualties or damage, but it is extraordinary scenes that a lot of people come out of their homes and stopped in their cars and saw it, and it appears that now life is returning back to normal.
Yeah, I mean, that's extraordinary. We just saw some people walking behind you, Osama. Are people worried? Are people shocked? I mean, it was certainly shocking to hear the explosions. It is not something that anyone here in this country is used to.
Well, absolutely. Apart from those fireworks that the country sees some few times a year, people do not hear explosions here, unlike other parts here in the Middle East. So it was a shock to a lot of people here. But it appears that the traffic is normal in the streets. It appears that people are going out about their business. There was a lot of concern by people, because you have to realize that a majority of the population of this country comprises of expatriates, people who come from other parts of the world to this country, and especially the news of airspace closure was concerning. But it appears that this was a temporary suspension. So far, the airspace remains closed, but we're expecting that it will be open soon. And also, because there was so much warning ahead of time, it appears that either the Iranians hinted or gave some sort of warning to the Qataris or the Americans. And this is something that we saw in the lead up to the attack on the American base, the first American base in the region, Ain al-Assad. I was in Baghdad. We were looking at all the warnings that were coming towards it, and then finally it was hit by pinpointed missiles. So it appears an exercise more sort of that in nature, but no damage or no real panic in the streets, because life here did not stop. Restaurants here are operating. I've just saw people going about their business. As these explosions were happening, there are people walking across because there was a call to prayer, and people were going for their evening prayer. So yes, it is extraordinary for people in Qatar, but it's not extraordinary in the Middle East, and it appears that the worst might be over.
You say that people were going about their normal lives as it was happening. I mean, we were seeing warnings by the US Embassy, by the UK Embassy to shelter in place, but I wonder how many of those warnings got through to other people. And were there any air raid sirens? Was there any actual warning that this was going to happen to the majority of the people in Qatar?
Well, there were no air raid sirens that we heard here in the northern part of Qatar, but there were some earlier warning, because this had been going on for the last 5 to 6 hours, that the advisories.
One of the things that really shocks me is just how stupid conservatives are. Like, I'm looking at this interview with Marco Rubio, and he says, like the problems they're facing right now. Listen, why do we have bases in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Qatar and the UAE? All of those bases are there to protect those countries from Iran. Why did Hezbollah exist? Because of Iran. Why does Hamas exist? Because of Iran. How do the Houthis exist? Because of Iran. Now, if you think that's true, you are a fucking moron. You are an absolute total fucking moron. Hezbollah and Hamas are both national liberation forces because of the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from Palestine by Israel. Those forces grew because secular left-wing diplomacy failed, because the destruction of pan-Arab nationalism in the Middle East. So the radical Islamism rose as a reaction to the United States' direct support and aid. Who built the IEDs that maimed and killed American soldiers in Iraq? Iran. No, those were Iraqis doing insurgency. They were Iraqis doing an insurgency. Like, this is just nonsense. They're behind every problem in this region. I mean, even he doesn't think that. The answer, you know, I don't think the United States is behind every problem, but the United States and our allies are certainly the main problem in the Middle East, namely the US and Israel. They are the source, the sole source of instability in the entire Middle East. Now, chat, notice how he says instability. Is the Middle East like, well, is it doing well? Is there democracy and American allies? And the world's been paying the price for 40-something years. Does he not know when the Iranian Revolution was? This dumb fuck? Does he not know when the Iranian Revolution is? Like, it's 40-something years. Imagine those people having a nuclear weapon, just one nuclear weapon, or even the capability of being on the threshold of having a nuclear weapon. That's what the world was facing. That is unacceptable. President Trump did the world a favor last night, and now Iran should sort of wake up. Now, here's the reality. Nuclear weapons are 1940s technology. And if we're being really honest, if you deny a regime nuclear weapons, they can develop chemical weapons. They can develop biological weapons. Those are a lot easier and cheaper to make. I want to be honest. If we're really going back to the law of the jungle, you can make chemical weapons and biological weapons. Like, these are not that you just need an autoclave, okay? It's not very hard to make them. I don't want to go back into the law of the jungle. I don't want to go back to, do what you want. Okay, I like to live in a modern international system with rule of law and international law and the Geneva Conventions and conventions against chemical and biological and nuclear weapons. I like living in that world. The United States of America, they abrogated a treaty with the entire rest of the world to control Iran's nuclear program. We did that in the first Trump administration. If we act like this, we're entering into a dangerous and unstable period. The Iranian regime should wake up and say, okay, if we really want nuclear energy in our country, there's a way to do it. The offer is still there. We're prepared to talk to them tomorrow and start working on that. The president has said many times no nuclear weapons, but the ultimate goal also has to be no biological weapons, chemical weapons, no drones, no proxy warfare. Do you believe that the Iranians will follow that and you'll achieve the ultimate goal of success here in the long term? It's impossible. Now, if you really cared about Iran, the best strategy, chat, you know what the best strategy would be? It would be to just withdraw from the Middle East and engage in mutually beneficial trade. That's what the best strategy would be. And people would naturally come to the direction of societies that are most just. Now, Americans have a problem in that their society is not the most just. And so necessarily our influence in the world would fall. So I have a solution to that. Make a more just society.
Were being issued.
Scott,
we were
Princess,
hearing
thanks for the 5
from not just
gifted
the embassies,
subs.
but here the local media and all of the various social media groups were active. People were talking to each other. People were asking each other for advice what to do. So it appears that people knew that there was something which was imminent, that something was coming. But it appears that a lot of people did not really think much about it, and life continued as normal. Because I, before doing this live shot, went to a close by mall. It wasn't as crowded as weekdays, but there were people there. So it appears that these warnings did get through to people, but there was no early warning system that was put into place. And it also appears that this might be an indication of the threat was not directly at either the population centers here in Qatar or towards the civilian areas, because the Al-Udeid base is away from the population centers. It is secluded. It also has a Qatari military base adjoining it, and also an airstrip adjacent to it as well. So these warnings seem to have worked so far, because none of these missiles, as far as we are concerned, we haven't seen any reports yet of landing in places where they would have caused any damage to people or property.
Yeah, I was going to ask you where Al-Udeid is, because, of course, when people look at Qatar on the map, they see a very tiny peninsula, and it really is difficult to imagine how the whole country is not affected by a missile strike like this.
The attack from Iran was more symbolic, a good sign of de-escalation. Qatar and the U.S. were aware. Yes, exactly. I personally think that this was a move to increase pressure on Iran to try to decrease pressure on Israel. And I don't think it actually is going to work. If I was the Iranians, I would basically take this as we have tried to practice diplomacy and the United States is uninterested in diplomacy. And so we need to engage in directly targeting Israel. And what Donald Trump is creating is ironically, is creating space between Israel and the United States. An attack on Israel is no longer considered to be an attack on the United States. Iran is raining missiles on Israel. That's not being considered an attack on America. Now, America is using defensive weapons to try to knock missiles down and knock drones down to protect Israel, but we're not attacking Israel's drone sites. We're not attacking Iran's missile sites directly. We're helping Israel do it, but Israel only have so much capacity. So the Houthis made a separate peace with America. They've continued to attack Israel. So there's now a space between Israel and the United States. And if I were Iran, if I were an Iranian member of the Supreme Council, I would be like, we need to press the go button on every single proxy we have. Reza Pahlavi is the son of the Shah, who was a brutal, hated dictator. He offers nothing but a return to his father's corrupt dictatorship. For decades, his father's secret police persecuted, tortured, and murdered Iranians. Rudy Giuliani is right. So you punish the son for the father's deeds? You're a monarchist! You're a monarchist, you dumb piece of shit! Yes! Yes, we do!
But perhaps you can explain to us a little more about how long it takes to get down to Al Udeid, how far away from Doha, from Wakra, from the main population centres it actually is, and indeed what we know to be there right now.
Well, in the lead up to this, as the U.S. decided to attack Iran, we saw reports that a lot of military assets, including bombers and fighter jets, were moved from Udeid. And it is also worth noting that the Americans were cognizant of what could happen to their allies and their assets in the region. So they did not use this facility to attack Iran. But they did attack Iran using B-2 bombers, which flew all the way from the United States with refuelers. Al Udeid base is about half an hour's drive towards the north of the country, towards the border with Saudi Arabia. It's situated between Doha and the border of Saudi Arabia. It is, if you leave Doha behind you, then there is the industrial area, and after the industrial area is the Udeid Air Base. It is the largest in this region. It hosts tens of thousands of U.S. military personnel, but those numbers continue to change because those forces keep moving in and out. It is a major logistics hub for CENTCOM as well, because all of its air assets are based here, including drones as well as jets and transport aircraft as well. Multiple flights that were taking place, whether it was providing aid to various countries, whether it's evacuation flights from Afghanistan, from the entire region going from east, west, north, south. This plays a pivotal role for years because it has been the largest of its kind in Qatar. And it has been a testament to the relationship between these two countries, between Qatar and the United States as well. So not just U.S. air defenses, but the Qatari defenses are here as well. And obviously, the Qataris have installed air defenses on all major installations as well, including the airport and other parts of this country. So yes, it appears on the map to be a small country, but it's a large area. And these strategically placed locations are away from population centers. And as you heard from the IRGC statement that Ali just a few minutes ago read out as well, that it appears that not just the Americans, the Iranians are also aware of this very important relationship that they have with Qatar, an important strategic ally in the region, that they wouldn't want to offend them as well. But they obviously made this decision that they have to go after U.S. spaces that they occupy, U.S. bases, your hardware and U.S. personnel, to show that Iran is still in the game and it is going to strike if it's struck.
OK, that's Osama bin Javed reporting there from the streets of northern Qatar, northern Doha, rather. Many thanks indeed for bringing us that update where he is saying that the streets are now calm, people are returning to normal. 45 minutes, I would say, after hearing those explosions over the skies of Qatar. Let's now bring in Mahmoud Abdul Wahid, because he's live for us in Baghdad, where I understand about half an hour ago there were the airbase, the US airbase there, was put on maximum alert. So tell us what's been going on there.
Well, at least two U.S. military bases in Iraq, namely Ain al.
Iranian officials say if Israel is really blackmailing Trump with Epstein videos, Iranian hackers will find them and release them to the American public. Mike, Bill Burr endorsed Zohran? What do you mean?
Night was that your first Broadway show?
Where?
Well, you guys came out to the show last night. Was that your first Broadway show? Have you been to other ones?
I have been to other ones.
Story? Oh! He reposted Stavi's thing.
Next, mayor of New York City, he is running a campaign that's for the people, make things affordable, free buses, freeze rent. Let's make, if you're a working class person, you can actually live in this incredible city that you helped make great.
Hell yeah, brother.
Assad in Anbar province in western Iraq and Harir base in northern Iraq both have been put on high alert. That is after the threats made by Iran-aligned armored groups.
Bill Burr and Stavi both endorse Zohran. Say thank you to white men. Say thank you to white men. Right fucking now, say thank you to white men. We never get thanked. If Zohran wins, it's because of white men. I don't want to hear any more shit talking on white men after Zohran wins. We'll have redeemed ourselves for all the evil shit we've done with that one event. I'm kidding.
In Iraq, as you know, we have been reporting from Iraq over the past week. Iran-aligned armored groups, namely what is so-called the Islamic resistance, that includes a number of Iran-aligned armored groups. They have been threatening to target U.S. interests and mainly military bases in the region, and especially in Iraq, if the United States intervenes in favor of Israel in this conflict and targets sites inside Iran, which the U.S. already did. Now the U.S. embassy in Baghdad has been cordoned with military forces deployed in there.
Chat, I'm eating a protein pastry. 20 grams of protein. And honestly, it's not that bad. I'm in your top 25 white boys of all time. Thank you.
Area, the green zone, which is home to diplomatic missions and government offices, is also on high alert at this.
Actually, Denims gave me this. It looks like a Pop-Tart. It does look like a Pop-Tart. And it's W. Dennis. Oh yeah, chat. Not to be distracted from the war that's going on, and obviously we're covering it. I accidentally put
Ethan Klein is suing Denims.
I didn't notice that the caption said Dennis because I was looking to make sure they got Frogan right, and I didn't even notice that it said Dennis. Like, Denims is an actual word. Frogan isn't. How did it get Frogan right and Denims wrong? God damn it. Fucking AI.
A moment after these threats, we have been getting conflicting reports today pertaining to whether or not attacks happened against these two military bases or not today. Security sources in Iraq, Iraqi security sources, say that the Ain al-Assad military base in western Iraq was attacked twice today, but it was foiled by the U.S. forces. So there are no casualties reported. But on the other hand, some security sources in the area say that no attacks have happened as of yet. So conflicting reports as of yet, but what is confirmed is that there have been threats, multiple threats from Iran and its allies in the region to target U.S. military bases in Iraq if the U.S. intervenes in this conflict. As you know, that Iraq has been witnessing movements over the past week, demonstrations, marches in the streets, threatening to attack U.S. bases, and also calling on the Iraqi government to put pressure on the U.S. not to allow Israel to use Iraqi airspace to carry out airstrikes inside Iran.
Just tell us a little bit more, Mahmoud, about the U.S. bases that exist in Iraq, because they've been there for quite some time, and they are quite significant, aren't they?
Is my VOD from Friday lost? Yes. My VOD from Friday is lost, but I will be publishing this VOD. Here, let me see if I can get it to work. It'll probably be published after the stream ends.
Well, yes, indeed. As you know, that these troops and the military bases, the U.S. military bases across Iraq, they have been operating by virtue of what is so-called the strategic dialogue between the United States and the Iraqi government. What we have now in
Are your VODs still sub only? Yes, I think.
Iraq is around more than 2,000 U.S. troops across Iraq, and they say the Iraqi government says that they need these troops to train the Iraqi forces and help combat ISIS in Iraq. But at the same time, we have been witnessing opposition from Iran-aligned armed groups, also demanding that all foreign troops, and on top of them, U.S. and international coalition forces, to leave Iraq. In fact, they call them the occupation forces. As you know, that these military bases, U.S. military bases, have been receiving hundreds of attacks from Iran-aligned armed groups over the past 2 years. You know that there have been attacks and counterattacks. These armed groups have been attacking U.S. military bases in Iraq, and the headquarters in Iraq have been also receiving attacks from the U.S. Forces since the beginning of the Israeli military campaign on Gaza in 2023. So the situation remains very tense, with security forces deployed around U.S. military bases and also interests, and that includes the U.S. Embassy in the Green Zone in Baghdad and its consulate in Erbil in northern Iraq.
The US bases there, they've been attacked before, haven't they, by Iran or by the affiliated proxies, by the militia in Iraq. Notably, a very pre-warned, a pre-signaled attack following the assassination of Qasem Soleimani, the Al-Quds chief, the Quds chief in Iraq, but it was assassinated by the US.
By the way, my favorite thing to do, chat, the best thing you could do on Twitter is if you just block like 1,000 of Destiny's biggest dick riders, your Twitter experience will exponentially grow in quality. Just, you know, take a peek, look to see if the person's following Destiny or his biggest orbiters, hit that block button, and your life is fucking, it's so easy. Only 1,000? Yeah, there's not that many.
Back in 2020, again, Iran responded. That was designed, though, wasn't it, to be a very contained...
I have a better idea. Don't use Twitter. Wrong. Dumb leftist. Dumb piece of shit. You should be contesting every space you could contest. Use the tools of your enemy to defeat them. If you're like in a fight to the death with a Nazi and there's a gun on the table, are you gonna go, that gun was produced by arms manufacturers and I would be hypocritical of myself, it would be to my values to use that gun produced by my enemy to defeat... No, you grab that fucking gun. So yes, I will use the free social media that boosts my replies to the top to fuck with right-wingers and centrist liberals every goddamn day. I'm gonna make them uncomfortable in their shit and pierce that bubble. Grab that gun and provide those user engagement records, thus never allowing the piece of shit website to die. If the website was gonna die, it would have died by now. You're just in denial. I think it's actually incredibly stupid how leftists get tricked by the dumbest fucking arguments that liberals make up in the moment to disarm themselves and de-radicalize themselves and deorganize yourselves. Shut the fuck up about trying to nitpick individuals' choices that are not part of a larger boycott movement, and actually go and read what the boycott movement says. The boycott movement doesn't say, for example, if you use any Amazon services, you are a fucking genocide supporter. Nah, it's not what it says. Oh, you're on Twitch, which is owned by Jeff Bezos, so you're helping a billionaire. Actually, he's helping me. Actually, Jeff Bezos is unwittingly helping the left by giving me access to a free platform that I can get paid to spread left-wing propaganda and messaging and organize with. He's supporting me unwittingly. I'm not supporting him. He would be just fine if I stopped streaming.
Understated attack. Do you see the threat that's happening today to be in the same bracket?
This is exactly what I said to people trying to cancel me for working at Palantir. No, you should be canceled. In fact, here's what I would say. I would go into Palantir. I would inject as many malicious, never mind. We follow all laws here at the Central Committee stream, and I do not call for any illegal activity. It would be, in fact, it would be a real shame if somebody installed a whole bunch of like malicious software backdoors and other damaging things on the computers and did massive leaks to Ken Klippenstein, that would be bad. We don't want to see any criminal behavior. Is Murat canceled for working at Boeing? My feeling is like, I am never going to cancel somebody from some sort of like third tier connection to bad shit, because that would be ridiculous. There's always you are an American. There's always a connection back to some atrocity. The question is, what are you doing with your political work? What are you doing with your effort? If you work at Lockheed Martin and you're fucking supporting Republicans, then yeah, you're working at Lockheed Martin is also part of what you're doing politically. If you're fighting your ass off to raise taxes on the rich and dismantle the fucking military industrial complex, it is what it is. But ultimately, chat, trying to go to each individual and nitpick individuals is not left-wing organizing. That is radical liberalism. That is ultra liberalism. That is branding yourself. It's not actually about collective action. You're not engaging in any kind of outcome. Nitpicking somebody else, how about you go do something? How about you go do some direct action? That's like saying you pay taxes. Do you support genocide? I mean, that's exactly, it is like that, actually. It's like, Mike, you paid your taxes. That means you support the genocide. You should not pay your taxes. And it's like, the genocide is immaterial with whether or not I pay my taxes. But if I don't pay my taxes, I give the state an opportunity to target me under criminal law and make it not about Palestine. If they target me because of Palestine, well, then we could fight against that and they're forced to talk about Palestine. If I commit if I do dumbass shit like not pay my taxes, that they can attack me for not paying my taxes, but the real reason they're targeting me is because of my Palestine point. A group at Trump's faith office is praying and speaking tongues.
We just thank you right now, Lord, from the east, the west, the north, and the south. You will shake America with your power and your glory. We cancel every assignment of the enemy. This nation was birthed to be one nation under God, and we are standing on the soil of the White House, and we are declaring your word. Every place that our foot will trod, you will give it to us, and we are taking the land. We thank you, oh Lord. You have brought us to the kingdom for a time such as this, and this is the time. And so we declare right now, from the capital of our nation, that America will come back to God. We will come back to God. Nothing will stop this nation.
Thank you, Paula. What a great job you do. The evangelicals. I hear we're more popular than ever with the evangelicals. You're the only one, and she'll tell the truth. She'll only tell the truth.
Southern California is looking at, well, there's already law that's passed through the governor that says the Bible is a book of hate speech and to ban the sale of it. Snapchat was created as the largest human trafficking because the greatest people on there were human traffickers because the FBI and because intelligence could not do it because it's live and it's real time and they can track your kid in less than a second and take them. There's a Department of Treasury in heaven that God is watching over everything you do, and you are storing up eternal treasure that will go so far beyond, I think, that we can even begin to imagine. You need to send in $3,500. You need to send in $35,000. You need to send in that $100,000 check. If you do not write that P.O. box and you do not call that toll-free number and you do not become a ministry of sustainer, you will never see sustainment in your life, and your dream will die. Your call will die.
This is like, how are you a Trump supporter? Like, I don't understand being a Trump supporter. I do not get it. They're all charlatans. They're all complete frauds. How do people like these people? It's insane to me. It's insane to me. How the fuck do you like this? It makes no sense at all. I cannot get it. $3 million condo in Trump Tower.
Here he is, the nominee. That has to be providence. That has to be the hand of God, in my opinion.
And any tongue that rises against him will be condemned according to the word of God.
It is God that raises up a king. It is God that sets one down. And so when you fight against the plan of God, you're fighting against the hand of God. If we get two more, we will be able to overturn demonic laws and decrees that has held this nation in captivity.
She spoke at the inauguration.
I
can tell you that our president is doing absolutely phenomenal, that he is in great health every way.
Huge history buff. It's like he understands that which has been is that which will be.
Thank you for your courageous and bold stand for religious liberty and for your timeless service to all Americans.
He's got a cult. It's a cult. They're all charlatans. They're all frauds. They're all hypocrites. They don't believe a word they say. They're malicious. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's the truth. If you are, maybe it's not every Trump supporter, but it definitely is the elite. They are scum.
We appreciate the price that you have paid. To walk in the high calling, history will record the greatness that you have brought for generations.
And so you sit back and go, whoa, yeah, but she crazy. She up there in the White House praying. You better believe I'm praying. You better believe I'm up there saying in the name of Jesus. You better believe that I'm walking around those parameters saying I lift us up and I dedicate every ounce of this place as holy ground. I release angels right now in the Holy Spirit and walls of fire. I burn up every demonic altar in the name of Jesus and I call it to crumble.
And these are the people that are counseling him to go to war in Iran. They're telling him he's God, and they need to get all the Jews back to Jerusalem to rebuild the temple so that Jesus can return and Armageddon can happen. These are the actual beliefs of Donald Trump's religious advisors. They believe in nonsense. They are charlatans. They're frauds, and they're trying to engineer an apocalypse. Mike, I'm begging you like a peasant, bring me homage.
We have to find out yet, because as you know, the Iranian attack that targeted Ain al-Assad military base in 2020 following the assassination of the Al-Quds Force commander, Iranian commander Qasem Soleimani, that was, as you know, that an arranged attack. But we still need to find out what kind of attack, Iranian attack this time, will happen on U.S. military bases in Iraq, especially after the Al-Udeid military base was attacked, according to Iranian media today. But as you know, that the U.S. military individuals in Iraq and U.S. military bases in Iraq, as you know, that the Iraqi government is obliged, as they say, is obliged to protect these military bases by virtue of the strategic dialogue. That's an agreement, a military agreement between the U.S. and the Iraqi government. And as you know, that these troops have a rule to do in Iraq, which is to train Iraqi forces and to help the Iraqi government combat or fight ISIS. We can say that this is an embarrassing situation for the Iraqi government if these troops or these U.S. military bases come under attack by Iran or by Iranian aligned armed groups in Iraq. Because as you know, that the strategic dialogue, this is the military agreement between the Iraqi government and U.S. And the U.S. stipulates that the Iraqi government has to protect these military bases.
Okay, that's Mahmoud Abdul Wahid joining us there from Baghdad on the threat there to Iraq, to U.S. air bases in Iraq. Mahmoud, many thanks indeed for the moment. It's just coming up to 17:30 GMT. Let's just remind you of the breaking news that we are following here on Al Jazeera in Qatar, where we have heard the sounds of loud explosions over Doha, the main urban area in Qatar, just about an hour ago. And this is shortly after Qatar closed its airspace. The latest lines that we are getting from Qatar is that there have been no casualties, and we were just hearing from our correspondent out on the streets in the north of Doha that life there is returning to normal, that people are driving around, that people are walking around. Qatar is, however, condemning these attacks, which were launched from Iran, a barrage of missiles from Iran. Qatar is condemning it, and it says it reserves the right to respond. Let's bring Mohamed Saloom in. He's assistant professor in critical security studies at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. So you are also here in Qatar with us. First of all, what was your experience of these strikes as they came over about an hour ago now?
Well, it looks like that Iran has already sent 6 ballistic missiles targeting Al Udeid military base in Qatar. Well, the first reaction, I was looking through the window, actually, just watching the debacle outside, and it seems that the Patriots did, the air defenses did a great job, and also other Qatari air defenses.
They're getting White House news right now? Okay, hold on.
Soldier.
We'll skip to live. Sorry about that.
In fact, there was some advance notice that was given that on...
We're not entirely sure of where this is.
Okay.
But it's an extraordinary large piece of metal there that has fallen on the ground. I mean, this is typical, isn't it, of intercepted strikes when we have been talking about them in Israel. And this is one of the reasons that people need to be warned.
The foremost politics guy. Why are you trying to derail me into shit that's like literally bottom tier derailment? This is bottom tier derailment. Like, do you want me to just should like 8,000 people leave because of Andrew Schultz, who nobody cares about? Who gives a fuck? He's a dumb fuck with a shitty podcast. I don't give a shit. Who gives a shit? Who fucking cares? Why are you linking me this? Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, apologies. We seem to have lost the line to Osama bin Javed. But there you can see the pictures of the shrapnel. We're going to try and get some more information on that and where exactly it fell.
Firing missiles at American bases, and you're like, here, look at this irrelevant fucking dumb shit who's not even a comedian getting a post in the New York. Who gives a fuck?
Hull kit. Kimberly, we know that Trump is in the Situation Room with
It's not even annoying enough to be funny.
Members of his administration, of his cabinet. Are you hearing anything from the White House or the Pentagon at this stage?
Yes, that's right. We do have a statement from the Pentagon, and it is essentially saying that on background from a defense official, I can confirm the Al Udeid Air Base was attacked by short-range and medium-range ballistic missiles originating from Iran today. At this time, there are no reports of U.S. casualties. We are monitoring the situation closely and will provide more information as it becomes available. I can tell you that it's not just the Pentagon monitoring this. From the Pentagon is the chair of the Joint Chiefs, Klein. He is here along with the Secretary of Defense and the President's expanded national security team. They are in the Situation Room and have been for more than an hour now. We know that initially the U.S. president had been scheduled to have a intel briefing at 17 GMT, but what we know is that the meeting may have even started prior to that, given the fact that there was an indication from Iran through diplomatic channels that this attack would be taking place. It is being reported here, and we can confirm from our sources that, in fact, there was some advance notice that was given through diplomatic channels by Iran, and all indications are right now that the attack is limited to the Al Udeid Air Base. But again, these are just the preliminary reports. Now, in terms of the damage, what we've heard from the Pentagon there is that there have been no casualties. Also, what we're hearing is that there are no reports of initial damage because, according to defense officials, that the American Patriot missile defense systems were activated at Al Udeid and were able to intercept the Iranian missiles. The other thing we should point out about Al Udeid is that, given it's the largest installation for the United States in the region, it was a known that it would be a target. And so as a result, and out of an abundance of caution, our sources are telling us that there was an evacuation of most of the personnel, but also of the military hardware. In other words, a lot of the aircraft was several weeks ago.
I've been offline for a few days. Hassan is flying to New York for Zohran's election tomorrow, and he missed his flight. So who knows when he's going to be live. As soon as he put his hand on the door handle, Iran started launching rockets. That's literally true. If you want to know what's going on with Hassan. Asadabi refugees in. It's so funny, man. It's so fucking funny. This has happened to me before. Like, I have been, without a doubt, one of the main beneficiaries of Hassan's, if he leaves his house, bad things happen. I had a like 13,000 view day because of some other event. It's like when you go in my history, you'll see me getting these 7-8K days because Hassan leaves his house and he's just gone. Maybe, you know, during a major world event. It's so fucking funny. You got to shill, bro? We'll shill in a little bit. I'm sure he'll be live later.
move from Al Udeid in order to ensure that if there were any short or medium range missiles, in other words, cruise or ballistic missiles fired from Iran, which would take just minutes to reach Qatar, that in fact this would protect a lot of the U.S. equipment. So what we're watching for right now is to get more of an assessment from the Pentagon. It's a little early still, but there certainly are preliminary reports of battle damage assessment. But what the initial reports we're hearing is that this may have been limited in scope, designed to be symbolic and matching the U.S. attack on some of the nuclear sites in Iran. So this would be interpreted as we've been hearing from some of the military experts here in the United States that have been speaking.
Chat, there is a book by Ursula Le Guin, who's one of the best science fiction writers you've never heard of. Probably like she's super famous in the literary science fiction world. But unfortunately, she hasn't had a lot of her stuff turned into shows because she's a far leftist. He went live? God damn it. Anyway, there's a book called The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas. And in this story, there's basically a city where it's a perfect utopia, except they have one child who they keep alive in like the maximum possible misery. Okay? For some reason, by torturing that one child, it creates perfect utopia. And so the question is asked, would you live in a city that was a perfect utopia knowing that there was one child that had to be tortured for their entire life in order to maintain that utopia? Everything about Omelas is so abundantly pleasing that the narrator decides the reader is not truly convinced of its existence, and so elaborates upon the final element of its city. It's one atrocity. The city's constant state of serenity and splendor requires a single unfortunate child be kept in perpetual filth, darkness, and misery. Once citizens are old enough to know the truth, most, though initially shocked and disgusted, ultimately acquiesce to this one injustice that secures the happiness of the rest of the city. So if you want an idea of what this child's life is like, just imagine Asmongold's stream room. Just imagine Asmongold's stream room, and this is how bad it is. However, some citizens, young and old, walk away from the city after seeing the child. Each is alone and no one knows where they go, but none come back. The place they go towards is a place even less imaginable to most of us than the city of happiness. I cannot describe it at all. It is possible it does not exist, but they seem to know where they are going. Anyway, it's an allegory, chat. You need to think about it. Anyway, chat, I forgot to shield today. We are 4 hours and 15 minutes into the stream. Please consider supporting it by subscribing.
On live television, that this would be interpreted as Iran trying to save face, but at the same time also saying that there is room for negotiation, something that the United States president said he was looking for. What he wasn't looking for. We are
95 subs away from 8,000. And as you know, Ethan Klein gets very angry whenever my subscribers go up. I need you to understand this. Every time my sub count goes up, Ethan Klein malds.
Mike from PA, to me, is a full-on grifter. One day, I'm going to do a video on this guy. He is the most pathetic dipshit on all of Twitch. And just to show you how easy this grift is, this guy is like relatively successful. And he is like not talented. He is vile. And he is cringe as fuck. What's his average view count?
Probably like a couple K.
Couple K?
Does he really get a couple K?
Nice.
Guys, does he really get a couple K? Dan the socialist, guys. Dan the socialist. Dan the ally. Remember that?
Wild.
Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward.
Nice. And somehow he still succeeded. You know? He has 7,000 members or something. Every time I see that number, I'm like, whoa. I'm happy to say that his sub count is getting lower.
Chat, Gila Klein, Ethan Klein, Dan, AB. They watch my sub count. So if you would like to raise a special middle finger to Ethan Klein and all of his little pathetic toadies, you can subscribe at tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can attach that to your Twitch account. You get 1 free sub a month. We are currently 33 subs short of 8,000. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Gone Zen. Who else subscribed? Somebody else. Venom Code, thank you for the 10. Ham and Fist dropped the 50 ball. Can we get some bended knees for Ham and Fist? Just like Derek Thompson is bending his knees for Zohran. Did you see Dan become a Casey Tron fan? Oh, we're gonna watch that. Poser the Poser, thank you for the 10. Chat, we're only 11 away. We're only 11 away. Come on. Anyway, let's keep watching this because it's very funny.
Yeah, I mean, it's closer to 8,000 before. I mean, every time I look, he has between 7,000 and 8,000 paying members, which is pretty disturbing, but it is what it is.
Like, I gotta be honest, I don't even notice when Ethan Klein talks about me. I legitimately don't notice. Somebody has to tell. This is probably one of my favorite TikToks of all time, just because it shows how Ethan Klein is such a cry bully bitch. I had nothing to do with Ethan Klein. I was just talking about Gaza, and I am a friend of Hassan's. And a friend of Frogan's, and a friend, like, I had nothing to say about Ethan Klein, but then he put me in the content nuke because I made a joke about Destiny. So the idea that he's just like, oh man, you know, I just gotta, you know, these Hassan orbiters are so mean to me. Actually, in reality, he attacked me because I don't like Destiny. Oh, me.
Mike from PA. 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 Mike from PA.
Mike from PA.
Mike from PA. Mike from PA. Mike from PA. Mike from PA.
Mike from PA.
Mike from PA. Mike from PA.
Oh god, it's so fucking cool, dude. It's so fucking cool.
It's a full-on grifter.
And since we're in the middle of shilling, I know we'll get back to the report shit. I just wanted to show you, hey, Ethan Klein. So I thought after the elections, you know, politics would probably fall off a bit. You know, I would lose a little bit of followers. You know, I thought it would, peter out. Like, you could see how much of a spike I got on the elections. You know, that's typically how it goes. If you look at my previous spike, it was election 2020. Then I had a bigger one with Trump getting sworn in and, you know, January 6th. I kind of held on to that. Then you have November of 2022, which is the midterm. I had another spike and I kind of held on to it. And, you know, presidential election year, it was pretty good. Then the elections happened and I really grew some more. And I thought, oh, it's going to drop off, which it did in December. It dropped a bit. And then Ethan Klein started to attack me on behalf of Destiny. And I mean, you could just see the chart, right? You could just see the chart. Thank you, Ethan fucking Klein. And as you can see by follower count, the hours watched, we're now at 15.5 million, which is crazy. Amazing. Thank you so much, Ethan Klein. Anyway, if we go over to Social Blade, let's see here. H3 podcast. Another negative month, another down, another 10K. Oof, on the subscriber count. And the views for the last 30 days, only 11 million. Oof, they were at 14 million last month. Only 11 million? Ooh. Oh, that's got to be one of their low. That would be their lowest ever. That would be like their second lowest month ever. Going back to when they started it. That's a fall off right there. That's a fall off. And if we look at Hassan, 31 million views over the last 30 days, 40K subscribers. Oh! Woo, 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 woo. All I can say is thank you, Ethan Klein. And even with the stupid lawsuit, nobody fucking cares. I mean, we're obviously going to help Casey, we're obviously going to help DEMS, we're obviously going to help Frogan, and I want you all to go donate to their shit. And we just breached, by the way, chat, we breached 8,000. We back above 8,000. Thank you so much, Ethan Klein. I'm not between 7,000 and 8,000 anymore. Thanks to you, Ethan Klein, I'm above 8,000. Thanks, bud. And he's falling off. Hassan isn't. Our politics are winning. Zohran is literally a Hassan friend. Bernie Sanders is surging. AOC is surging. AOC is finally finding her footing, which a lot of people yelled at me for predicting that she would. Does anybody feel bad for being wrong about that? Again, I was right again. I said, listen, I have a lot of criticisms of AOC, but she is going to be the person. I wasn't saying I was agreeing with her bad takes and she was wrong and inadept at handling the internet. And I think she needs more help, to be honest. Hopefully the people around Zohran can help her get smarter. But I was right about that too. Anyway, all I'm trying to say is the vibes are shifting. The good guys are winning. don't let, there's this like bubble of right-wing content creators, especially on Twitter and Twitch, where they think they think that they actually are the zeitgeist. In reality, young people are on TikTok. And I can tell you right now, TikTok does not fuck with these guys. They are in rapidly retreating and degrading spaces that are falling the fuck off.
In his public statements on social media was retaliation. In fact, it was very clear. He said one day ago, any retaliation by Iran against the United States will be met with force far greater than the initial U.S. strike. So we're watching carefully here at the White House to see what the next steps will be. Again, the U.S. president, we have been reporting here on Al Jazeera, has largely been calling the shots, literally and figuratively, himself. Our sources have told us that this has very much been Donald Trump's operation. He chose the date, he chose the means, and so we assume that the response, if there is one, will be very similar as well.
Okay, Kimberly, thanks for that. Do stay with us, because we've actually got the statement now from the Pentagon. A U.S. official from the Defense Department has sent out a statement to the media. In it, it says, in a message, the duty officer said, I can confirm that the Al Udeid air base was attacked by short-range and medium-range ballistic missiles originating from Iran today. At this time, there are no reports of U.S. casualties, and we are monitoring the situation closely and will provide more information as it becomes available. Kimberly, as you were saying before, there was pre-signaling of this attack through back channels, through diplomatic channels. I'm also wondering about the threats to other U.S. bases in the region, because we're seeing a number of other U.S. bases on high alert. We're seeing a number of other countries, such as Kuwait and Bahrain, closing their airspace as well.
Yeah, that's right. Given the fact that there is a concern about other U.S. targets, and we have been reporting that these were expected to be vulnerable points within the Middle East. There are more than 40,000 U.S. troops stationed in the Middle East in various different locations: Turkey, Lebanon, Bahrain, Iraq, Kuwait, Qatar, as we know, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. We also know that there are U.S. assets that have been positioned in the region to help Israel defend itself and also to protect U.S. interests. And so given the fact that there is such an enormous presence of the U.S. forces in the region, they were automatically going to be targets. But there are also concerns here about targets in the United States. There is a heightened alert here in the U.S. The Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem raising the alert level to a very high, sort of maximum, and warning American citizens to be on alert for a number of possibilities. Iran is known for cyber attacks, being able to hit the financial and banking systems of the United States, that it has partners with Russia, China, who have also had successful attacks on the United States, and that this could hit things like hospitals. It could hit the energy grid. So these are other concerns that are being made aware here in the U.S. There is the feeling that, well, some military analysts are saying that this is symbolic, that this may be a contained response. The United States is not taking any chances and is heightening an awareness and alert, not just abroad, but here in the U.S. as well.
That's Kimberly Halkett joining us with all the very latest there from the White House. Kimberly, many thanks indeed. Mehran Kamrava is a professor of government at Georgetown University in Qatar. He also directs the Iranian Studies Unit at the Arab Center for Research and Policy Studies. He joins us live from Doha. And Mehran, we've been speaking at length over the last few days, the last week during this conflict between Israel and Iran about the situation in the Middle East. So you're well placed to analyze the current situation now. But first of all, I just want to get a personal note from you. You are here in Doha as well. What was your experience of the missile strike that happened about an hour, two hours ago now?
I live about 30 kilometers from the U.S. base, and we heard massive booms. The building shook, the windows shook. And as I looked outside, the night sky had all these flying lights. And there were people. I live in one of the many gated communities here called compounds that many expatriates live in, and neighbors were running. Many were scared. I saw many people crying. And for the first time in 18 years of living in Qatar, I heard sirens go off. And so I think it's fair to say that there was a fair amount of fear among the local residents here.
That's interesting that you heard sirens, because our correspondent in north of Doha did not hear any sirens there. Were they coming from the Al Udeid base?
I'm not sure. They were distant, but I could clearly hear the sirens where I live, as I said, about 30 kilometers from Al Udeid. I think that would have been a little too far if the sirens were from Al Udeid. I do think they were from the city instead.
Okay, so this is the first time that Iran has targeted a US base outside of Iraq. Why do you think it chose the one in Qatar?
Well, largely because of symbolic reasons. This is the U.S., the biggest base that the United States has. It is a base that can house up to 10,000 American soldiers. It's a self-contained city. And the Iranians had to make a statement commensurate and proportionate with American attack on their nuclear facilities. So it was really, in some ways, it was surprising because Qatar is one of the very few friends that Iran has in the Arab world. But at the same time, it was not surprising in the sense that Al Udeid is really, it symbolizes America's military presence here in the region.
As you say, Qatar is one of the few friends that Iran has in the Arab world. Qatar now saying it is within its rights to respond. But do you think we will see a response, and what form might that take?
It would be interesting to see if there is a response, and if there is one, what form that takes. I think Qatar, of course, has to issue a statement like that because it cannot appear as if it's silent in the face of violation of its sovereignty. But let's remember that in 2020, when Iran hit American bases in Iraq after the assassination of General Soleimani, they gave a 1-hour notice to the Iraqi government. And I would be extremely surprised if they did not give a similar warning to the Qatari government, particularly in light of the fact that about an hour before...
Mike, how could I run for city council in my city in San Fernando Valley? My first thing to say to anybody who wants to run for office is, can you raise $100,000? And do you know 100 people that would campaign for you? And if your answer to that is no, you're probably not quite ready. It doesn't mean you can't do it. It just means that you need to get out there and start getting involved with left-wing shit until you feel like you could get at least halfway on both of those. All right? So you need to be connected to the community. You need to have organizations that you're a part of already if you want to run for office as a left-winger. And that's what Zohran did. Zohran got involved in a whole bunch of campaigns, and he became a leader in those campaigns. And so when he launched his campaigns, there was plenty of people who were already ride or die. So if you have the ambition of running for office, you need to get involved already right now and see if you have what it takes before you decide to just launch a campaign. That's my suggestion. Now, if you're already like a leader in your local DSA chapter, or your local Indivisible, or your local whatever the fuck organizations, then yes, you probably are ready.
The attacks, Qatari airspace was closed. So I wouldn't be surprised
left wing is over.
If there is not a fair amount.
Bronze in God mode says left wing is over. Iran is cooked. Bullshit. Left wing is over. We're about to win the fucking mayor of America's largest and richest city. Huh? And he ran on a globalize the intifada campaign. He refused to condemn globalize the intifada. You're fucking toast. The entity is on its last fucking legs. He's gonna win New York City. That used to be Tel Aviv West. You guys are fucked. Fuck. Oh my God, in 5 to 10 years. Woo! People will be able to buy Israeli passports like souvenirs of like, you know, like a Nazi German passport. You fuckers are toast. Only a matter of time.
Amount of choreography and coordination involved between Iran.
The idea that Zohran will be doing better without DSA is disproved by every other progressive candidate in the race and their single-digit polling numbers. I mean, it's so obviously true. My take is it's not a great idea for talented young politicians to yoke their career to DSA or sectarian far-left politics. I swear to God, if we had a revolution, there's a few people that I would like to sit down and have a conversation with and just learn from. And Matt, you're one of those people. I'd love to teach you and learn from you.
Qatar, and even between Iran and the United States.
Indeed, we were hearing from our correspondent that she believed that through back channels, US was also warned in advance of this strike. I suppose the big question now is less about how Qatar will respond and more about how the US will respond. What will be Trump's next move?
That's an excellent question. Again, in 2020, Trump held his fire. when Iran attacked the U.S. bases in Iraq. The Iranians fully expected the United States to counterattack, and the U.S. did not. So we have to wait and see. Was this a one-off and we're done? Or is this the beginning of a vicious cycle of attacks and counterattacks between Iran, the United States, and then American bases across the region?
OK, Mehran Kamrava, for the moment, many thanks indeed. We really appreciate you bringing your personal and professional expertise to this story here in Doha.
Thank you.
Well, Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps has released a statement following the attacks in Doha. It says it launched a powerful and devastating missile attack on the Al Udeid air base in Qatar. This base, it says, serves as the command center of the US Air Force and is the largest strategic asset of the American terrorist army in West Asia. Well, Iran's military spokesman has just issued a televised address following these strikes. Let's take a listen in.
The Islamic Revolutionary Guard, in a heroic mission, has struck the Al Udeid base in Qatar. This base is the largest terrorist base belonging to the United States in the region. This is a message for the White House. The Islamic Republic of Iran will not, under any circumstances, forget its nation's security and let threats against it go unanswered.
Joining us now from northern Doha is our correspondent, Dorsa Jubari. Dorsa, tell us what the situation is there now. It's about 2 hours after those attacks. Some people were told to shelter in place. Other people were carrying on about their daily lives. What's the situation there now and the mood amongst people around you?
Well, things are returning back to normal. Most people have resumed their routine and gone back to their daily basically lives. But certainly the moment the missiles were intercepted over the skies of Doha, most of the people around the city heard them. Many saw them. We've seen the footages that have been coming in, the mobile footages that show the minute the air defense systems were activated and intercepted the Iranian missiles over the Doha skies. Many people are still shocked. I think there's a sense that most people in this country never thought this kind of an event would happen. But having said that, there were signs and warnings prior to the launch of these Iranian missiles. First, the British embassy and the American embassy in Qatar issuing statements for their citizens to seek shelter and stay indoors. And then, of course, the Qatari government announcing the temporary closure of its airspace. And then...
Yo, you got Nick Twitch. How you doing? We're looking at the missile strikes. The U.S. is spending billions of dollars intercepting these rockets. I mean, my general feeling is that Iran is trying to maintain face by doing a symbolic strike on American assets, and then it's going to continue to shoot rockets at Tel Aviv, which will actually drive a wedge between the United States and Israel. Because if the United States doesn't continue to actively assist through combat operations, then Israel is going to have to bear a heavy burden. And then it's going to come down to needing an economic rescue, because it's going to crash the economy if this goes on.
Of course, we heard the missiles being intercepted. So stage by stage, people were getting prepared. But still, many people were shocked and surprised. I myself was out in one of the malls in Doha, and I was waiting for a taxi. And I heard the sound of the explosions in the skies, and then I felt the ground shake underneath me. And that's when we knew really that it was starting. Many people hope that it was the end, and it doesn't seem to be a second or third wave or a continuation
Pretty sure
by the
war
Iranians.
deal is done. Oil market down 78%, i.e. leak of a potential ceasefire deal. I think the oil market is down because people are taking the possibility that Iran is going to attack oil supplies or close the strait.
Clearly, the intent of the attack was to deliver a message to the United States government.
So everybody, by the way, should be following you, Gopnik. You're not already.
President Donald Trump, but also to the Qataris as well, and Gulf countries and other military U.S. bases in the region, that Iran has the capability and the ability to launch these attacks.
Dorsa, I just want you to give us a bit of an idea of the geography of Qatar, because for people who are unfamiliar with it, they will see a tiny peninsula just off of Saudi Arabia, and it looks extremely small. But could you give us an idea of how far away Al Udeid actually is from the urban areas, from where you are, from where Al Jazeera is, from where most people live in their compounds that Mehran Kamrava was talking about?
Well, Al Udeid Air Base is a self-contained base that is roughly, I would say, about 50 to 60 kilometers outside of the city center. Doha is home to about 700,000 people. In the state of Qatar, about 2.5 million. But this air base is very far removed from the urban center and the civilian population. It is self-contained. This is how it was designed back in 1996 when the Qataris built it. So we don't really have any idea or interaction with the military personnel from this base. We don't see it very often unless you have something to do at this facility that is heavily guarded. Most people don't even know where it is that live in Qatar. They just know of the name. So we understand that this base was also evacuated a while ago by the U.S. military, given the threat levels that their personnel face in the region. So really knowing the Iranians knew that this air base would be empty, and clearly the target and the intention was to show that Iran is responding to the United States after the U.S. attacked its 3 nuclear sites Sunday morning. And the intent was not to cause any damage on either the civilian population in Qatar or the U.S. citizens and military personnel at this airbase.
Indeed, and we are hearing from the Qatari Foreign Ministry that there were no casualties, no deaths, no injuries from this attack. Dorsa, thank you very much for that update. Let's bring in Marwan Bashar. He's Al Jazeera's senior political analyst, joins us now from Paris. Now, as Dorsa was saying, the Al Udeid Air Base, Marwan, it's some 50 to 60 kilometres away from the urban area of Doha, Wakra, the built-up areas. However, in a country the size of Qatar, this attack is something that everybody in the country would have felt.
Well, it seems so from the text messages and the WhatsApps and what have you. Aside from that, and aside from the fact it's the first, it's quite surprising to most people. The idea that there's this little territory where the base is that's been leased to the U.S. government, it clearly signifies that it wasn't Qatari's sovereignty that was violated. It was an attack on a military base. And yet, it was important for the Qataris to, make a point about that this is a violation of our sovereignty, least or otherwise, that, the Iranians should not be carrying this kind of attack. And yet again, we also heard that they had an advance notice, that they certainly did not go beyond the vicinity of the base and so on and so forth. So I think that aspect of it, the aspect of the Qatar...
It's very funny, chat, how people don't understand. They don't understand my political strategy and they just disagree with it. They think like, oh no, Mike, your political strategy, I disagree with you. And it's like, no, I have a specific thing I'm doing. If you are in New York, only rank Zohran. Don't rank Cuomo, only rank Zohran. Oh my God, but Mike, could that help Cuomo? No. Now, if that could only help Cuomo in the scenario where Zohran is eliminated, meaning he's not in the top 2, and somebody else is surpassing him, and then that person who's surpassing Zohran is also going to therefore beat Cuomo. That is a 0% chance. That's not going to happen. In no way, in no world, will Zohran be eliminated and then somebody else beat Cuomo. It cannot happen mathematically. Why? Because Zohran and Cuomo have by far the highest name recognition. So I guarantee you a large chunk of Zohran voters have Cuomo on the ballot. Now that sounds to you like insanity, and it is, but I know voter behavior. I know voter behavior. They do all sorts of irrational shit that you can't explain. Why? Because they've heard Cuomo's name. And they're just following the direction. And they're calling Zohran 1, Lander 2, all these people 1, 2, 3, 4, but they have Cuomo on there. So if Zohran were to be eliminated and say, who's going to beat Cuomo? Lander? There is nobody who's even close. It's a mathematical impossibility. The only thing you need to do is rank Zohran number 1. And secondly, and why I'm advocating for it intentionally, is because Brad Lander and all these other people on the Working Families Party slate tried to push this idea that he was a dangerous because of the globalize the intifada statement, where everybody was trying to attack the pro-Palestine movement, throw shit on it, call it terrorist, and say that he was in favor of targeting Jews. Brad Lander did that same shit on Pod Save America. At the same time, he did a little op-ed with Ezra Klein in the New York Times. It was a very clear rat fuck attempt. It failed. Nobody gives a fuck. And I am smart enough to see that. And so I'm not going to reward Brad Lander for being a little rat fucker. I'm going to say, hey, you want to campaign with Zohran? If Zohran wants to forgive you publicly, that's fine with me. He can do that. That's a strategy his campaign is doing. His campaign is going to every other campaign and saying, hey, would you rank me and not rank Cuomo? So if your first choice is not Zohran, I'm not talking to you. If your first choice is Zohran, it doesn't matter. The priority for me is not defeating Cuomo. The priority for me is winning with Zohran. So if you have a different priority, that's fine. I have a singular priority. I don't want to have another Brandon Johnson in New York City because I elected, a fucking cuck progressive, faux progressive. Those people are just as uninteresting to me as a centrist Democrat. Now, I have a different political view than other people. Other people think progressives are good enough. They're not. And they will fold under pressure, and they will discredit progressive politics. What I love about Zohran and why I even care about this race is because he's not like that. So, I was previously saying rank Lander, but he came out and did a rat fuck attempt. I'm not stupid. And if Zohran wants to bear hug him to protect himself against anti-Semitism accusations, it's fine with me. If he wants to try to convince Lander's voters to rank him, that's fine with me. But if you're voting Zohran, that's all you need to do, baby. That's all you fucking need to do. And in fact, I want Lander to, and I want progressives to feel the pain pushing Islamophobic bullshit. I want them to feel like, ooh, when I did that dirty attack to Zohran, it hurt my reputation. That's my intent.
In the Iranian attack against an American base, I think that's going to prove more and more to be a detail, not an important. Not for the Qataris, it's important, of course. But I mean, in terms of the war, I think it's going to be made clear again and again, and the Iranians are apologizing again and again that this is not meant against Qatar.
One wonders, though, what the destabilizing effect will be across the region, because the Gulf countries pride themselves on stability, and that has now been rocked.
Well, yeah, there's no doubt about that. I mean, the big fear is not just that. It's not the response. It's the response to the response to the response to the response, right? I mean, because that's what you have. So already now we had, since April 2024, we've had now responses back and forth, right? And this now could accelerate and could speed up the idea of retaliation and counter-retaliation. I'm sure that's what they're discussing now at the White House, is how we're going to respond. And eventually this could actually go out of whack, as it were. It could start getting more and more countries involved. But even for Iran itself, moving forward, I mean, we've seen this movie before, right? I mean, look at the 4 other countries that we've seen such interventions in: Iraq, Libya, Syria, Yemen. We're talking about not just hundreds of thousands of deaths. We're talking about millions of casualties. Millions of casualties. Just the past 20 years, these 4 main wars where there were attempts at regime change, basically leading to failed states, civil wars of sorts, and so on and so forth. And that's just 4. And we know how it was always snowballing.
Did Johnson ever show promise? Yeah, he did, but he's incompetent and kind of, he's in the teacher union pocket in a really bad way and not really interested or in governing. And he was just bad at the internet, and just he's exactly who I'm worried about. Watch this. If it's still a surprise to you why he's capturing people, think about why. It's not about policy or ideology. It's about policy and ideology. The reason why Zohran cooked off is because people like us saw his policies and saw how he was bold, and we on policy, and we became passionate about him. And then all the other shit that he has, the charisma, that's what has helped him gain momentum. But the primary reason we're with him is because he's not a pussy. He's not a Brad Lander. He's not a Scott Stringer. He's not all the other irrelevant faux progressive careerists. And I got to tell you, I hate Brad Lander with the same intensity as I hate Andrew Cuomo, because I know exactly what he is, a liberal Zionist. And there is no space for liberal Zionism in 2025. No more, no longer.
Right? It starts
now,
with something.
if you're one of those people that are like, Mike, now I am not the campaign, because the campaign has a strategy. You don't hear me attacking Zohran for executing a strategy, because I want him to win. So I'm okay with him bear hugging Lander if it means that he gets Lander's voters to rank him. And it looks like the strategy is working. It looks like the strategy is working. But I want Lander to feel the heat. I want everybody who entertain the idea that Zohran is anti-Semitic to feel the fucking heat. I want anybody who does this faux, there's anti-Semitism on the left, to feel heat. I don't want to sit here and navel gaze anymore. I've seen this game before, with Jeremy Corbyn. Jeremy Corbyn entertained these people. Jeremy Corbyn said, oh, we do have an anti-Semitism problem on the left. Let's investigate. And you know what the answer was? They stabbed him in the fucking back and they tried to smear him. Why? Because they don't care about anti-Semitism. They're trying to destroy an anti-Zionist. That is the reality of our politics today. Get smarter, get sharper. Now, if you want to go and rank the, Working Families Party slate or whatever, I'm not going to be mad at you. But if it were me, I'm bullet voting Zohran. And that is the right decision. If he can convince everybody else's candidates, all that matters is if you rank Zohran above Cuomo. Everything else doesn't matter. If you have Cuomo off your ballot and Zohran at 5th, that's a Zohran vote. Nothing else matters. And ranking Zohran above Cuomo, nothing else matters. That's how the math works. We can go through it if you guys would like, but that's how it works. And so I personally, again, I'm not interested in empowering somebody like Brad Lander for the long term because he's a liberal Zionist. Liberal Zionists should be used and then discarded. Now, again, this sounds harsh. It is very harsh. And it is intentionally harsh because there's a genocide going on in Palestine. And there is no space for Israel has the right to exist as a Jewish state. There is no more space for that.
I think it goes something else. Who would have predicted that we're going to have ISIS coming out of Iraq and Syria? Who would have predicted that there's going to be, a civil war, a sectarian war, conflicts in Iraq? Some of us did. We said we warned back in 2002 and 2003 in the New York Times that this will happen. But of course, American elites, American establishment is so snob and apparently ahistorical that they don't seem to learn from the lessons of history. I doubt personally, Laura, that President Trump reads history. I doubt very much. I doubt that he read any book of history. He listens to Sunday sermons from evangelical preachers, the charismatic type, but I'm not sure he reads history. By the way, Netanyahu reads a lot of history. He's a ferocious reader of history, but that doesn't mean he concludes the right lessons of it, right? I mean, we know that Sharon, who was involved in the Gulf War back then, and then in a little politicized in Palestine, had always the book, The Savage Wars of Peace, right next to him, which is about the colonial war against, Algeria.
Wait, he's back in his house? Wait, wait, Assad actually didn't fly? Is that true?
Over 1 million deaths and, God knows how many casualties. But no one learns the lessons. The lessons been coming to us again and again and again. The French lost, the Americans lost, the British lost. Did I say the French? The Italian lost. And I think the Israelis eventually will end up losing. These are quick wins. There are no victories in these wars. These are, words of poets.
And the problem is, I suppose, when we're looking at who is involved in this conflict, Donald Trump in the White House, Benjamin Netanyahu in Tel Aviv, in Israel, these are reactive people. Would they see this attack as a green light to go all out in Iran and go for the regime change that we've heard so much talked about over the past week?
It's a real possibility, especially as the war now continues to escalate, and as the Iranians have proven that they are, just as stubborn and just as steadfast and just as ready to sacrifice as they did during the Iraq-Iran war for 8 years. If you remember, you and I spoke, and I said the best thing they would do now is just not to respond, not even say anything, keep quiet. Right. But that's not their style, right? That's definitely not their style. But I think it's not just, of course, a question of style and being a bit facetious. I think they really care about their base and they care about what's going to happen in the country. And the only way to assure people that they remain bullish, not only...
And what's really cool about me is I get to do whatever the fuck I want. I don't have to listen to the campaigns like mamby-pamby bullshit. If the campaign wants to be kind to other candidates as a strategy, I 100% endorse that idea. If they can get people to say rank Zohran, then they should do that. And that strategy is good. But for you and me, who understand this at a deep level, who understand ranked choice voting, who understand the political implications of Brad Lander and what he represents, we don't have to do that. Now, if mathematically it seemed like it might be a choice between Brad Lander and Cuomo, maybe I would change my mind, but I doubt it. I legitimately doubt it.
Vis-a-vis the outside.
I want everyone to understand, I'm done supporting Zionists, ever. All right, like if somebody's out there going like, I don't know, that globalize the intifada. Sorry, I can't speak. Oh, that sounds like you want to kill Jews. I'm never ranking them ever, no matter what, ever, never, ever. Here, let's take a look at it real quick, so everybody understands why I feel the way I do. Globalize. Yeah. Like Brad is a politician.
You know,
he's an
when
experienced politician. He knows what he's doing. When he did this, I will never advocate for him ever. Unless he starts chanting river to the sea, he's done.
You know, when I hear the phrase globalize the intifada, I say to people, I'm telling you, all I can hear right now is some Jews were killed in DC and there was a flamethrower in Boulder.
Jews were killed in DC. Israeli embassy workers who were cheering on the genocide. Now, I'm not in favor of violence, and I think it's wrong, but this wasn't innocent Jews being targeted for Jews. And by the way, he wasn't a Jew. He was a Christian from Germany. You're just lying, Brad Lander. Now, you're a politician. You know this stuff. You know this stuff. You're lying. Why are you lying? Well, because you're trying to do a backhanded stab at Zohran. This was an attempt by Lander. It was a late push to try to get ranked by Zohran's people, then kind of like raise the issue of, oh, he might be too radical. He might offend Jews. Just so that, you know, maybe he could have a late rise to the polls. You know, he got arrested for opposing ICE, and that was giving him some more positive media. But this was an intentional strategy. I'm not stupid. Unlike most people, I just don't reward this kind of behavior. I don't reward it. In fact, I notice it and I say, you're done. Now, when he was just co-endorsing Zohran, I actually said, wow, he's smart. Let's rank him. Let's, you know, what he loses, we'll push for him to run for Congress. But then he did this. You don't get my support if you do stuff like this, ever. Now, different people have different strategies. I want to make it very scary to be a Zionist. I want to make it very scary to punch left. That's what I think we should be doing. Now, you could disagree with me. You could say, oh, well, you know, people can punch left. That's a strategy. That's your strategy. My strategy is different. I have my own views, and I'm going to use my influence the way I see fit. And the way I see fit is making being a Zionist the same as being a Nazi.
You know, when I hear the phrase
that's my strategy.
Intifada, I say to people, I'm telling you, all I can hear right now is some Jews were killed in DC and there was a flamethrower in Boulder. And maybe you don't mean to be saying it's open season on Jews everywhere in the world, but that's what I hear. And I'd like to hear that from other people as well. At the same time,
and by the way, I'm never going to change my opinion on this. I'm never going to change my opinion. There's actually literally nothing you can do to change my mind on this one, because you have to get me to change my mind about the viability of ranking Zionists. And my answer is no, absolutely not. That's why I didn't vote for Kamala. That's why I'm not voting for Lander, or if I was in New York City, I would not vote for Lander. And I'm not going to advocate that position going forward. Now, if Lander wants to change his position and apologize and beg for forgiveness, well, then we'll have a different conversation then.
You know, though I am a strong believer in the vision of Israel as a Jewish and democratic state,
Israel as a Jewish a Jewish state means apartheid. It's 2025, man. We know what that means.
I hate what the war the Netanyahu government is conducting in Gaza. I have spoken up many times for a ceasefire, for aid getting in there, for an end to the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza, for the human rights of Palestinians. And like, it's not the mayor of New York City's job, thank God, to try to achieve safety and, you know, mutual self-determination between Israelis and Palestinians, but it is the mayor's job to show up and say, we're going to bring people together. And yes, I believe Zohran Mamdani is serious about that, or I would not have cross-endorsed him.
No, I feel conflicted even about raising it because I see it as a kind of political cudgel.
By the way, do you guys see what they're doing? Like, are you emotionally intelligent enough to see what they're doing? Which is, they're bringing it up and then wringing their hands about how bringing it up is so dangerous. It's a cudgel and it's not really that fair. What they're trying to do is, this is all, thankfully this doesn't work in politics. Nobody gets subtext. But I get it, so I'm going to explain it. So what they're trying to do here is they're trying to push this Islamophobic attack to make Zohran seem controversial, and then Brad Lander will step in as the like less controversial choice that's a safer pick and more electable. So they're pushing the rat fuck, and they're positioning Brad as like he's progressive too. But he's just not as controversial as Zohran. Zohran's too radical. That's what they're trying to do. Now, this is Pod Save America. This is an exact attempt to go after that educated white liberal, which is a very important voting bloc for Zohran. That's what they're trying to do. And, you know, as I said before, Lander had that late surge. Even I fell for it when he crossed endorsed Zohran. For a second, I was like, you know what? We may not agree on this shit, but maybe he is smarter than that. Maybe he isn't a left puncher. But he demonstrated himself very clearly. Now, Zohran is not saying this, what I'm saying. This is me. Zohran is hugging him and going, I love Lander. You should rank him too, because he has a political strategy. Now, I hope he's smart enough, and I think he is, to recognize that this was an attempted rat fuck. But as a politician, people do this kind of shit to you, and you can't like publicly react, but you have to like remember it. You have to remember this in the future about how much you can trust this guy. And the answer is not at all. And so I'm talking to you like you're adults, not children I'm trying to manipulate. You know, and if any of you are voting Brad Lander, you're fucking wrong. Okay? You're dead wrong. And when people disagree with me about like, oh, we got to stop Cuomo, stopping Cuomo is not my priority. I'll say that again. Stopping Cuomo is not my priority. If New York City has Cuomo because he won, that is a consequence that New York City is going to have to suffer. I'm perfectly willing to let New York suffer that consequence. That sounds mean. Okay. My goal is to have Zohran win in the strongest position he can, because this country doesn't need to do harm reduction. We're not in a harm reduction period. We are in a radical solution or accelerationism bifurcation. There is no harm reduction anymore. Either we get radical solutions or we have accelerationism. Those are my choices. Now, I used to have a different view. But then I experienced Joe Biden's presidency, and it made it very clear to me harm reductionism is actually harm maximalization. So we're not doing that anymore. And that includes any liberal Zionist. No. Now, I know that I am a fringe person here. I'm pushing politics in a more polarizing direction. Good. Just consider me to have absolutely, and you could try these arguments. They do not work on me. You could try you can say a million things. You can imply I'm racist, sexist, transphobic. I will never change my mind. I'm not going to support a Zionist no matter how much you try to spin it. There is no way to make me support a Zionist, ever. Just like there's no way to make me support a Nazi. I'm not. You can try. You can spin it every which way you can. It's not going to work. Now, for some people, they'll be manipulated. For me, I'm unreachable on this point.
The job of mayor is not to set Middle East policy. But then I also think if you're somebody that wants to see, whether it's you, Mamdani, a progressive win, like this is, you know, at a time when chaos in the Middle East is going to be salient in people's minds, especially a lot of Jewish voters, like I worry that, hey, there's something about maybe beyond just the unfairness of the attack itself. Yep. What you said just made sense. There was something clear to me about what you just...
It made sense? It made sense that you... Wait, what made sense?
Maybe you don't mean to be saying it's open season on Jews everywhere in the world, but that's what I hear.
That made sense?
And maybe you don't, all I can hear right now. When I hear the phrase globalize the Intifada, I say to people, I'm telling you, all I can hear right now is some Jews were killed in D.C. There was a flamethrower in Boulder. And maybe you don't mean to be saying...
That made sense to you? That makes sense to you? I don't think so. Now, again, I am an experienced political operative and candidate. I know exactly what I'm risking by saying don't rank anybody but Zohran, but so fucking be it.
Saying it's open season on Jews everywhere in the world, but that's what I hear. And I'd like to hear that from other people as well. At the same time, though I am a strong believer in the vision of Israel as a Jewish and democratic state, I hate the war the Netanyahu government is conducting in Gaza. I have spoken up many.
Oh, it's just the war they're conducting in Gaza. It's just Netanyahu, guys.
First foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first? Left to right, Ms. Adams.
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
Ms. Lander.
Will not rank.
Mr. Lander, sorry.
Boy, what Trump is doing to Canada, there's a lot of opportunities for us to partner better with them.
Ms. Ramos.
I'd love to meet Claudia Sheinbaum, but I'd probably head to Colombia, to my parents' homeland.
Mr. Myrie.
I am a proud son of 2 Caribbean immigrants. I represent a robust Caribbean constituency. I'd like to go.
Is that exactly what Bernie says? Bernie Sanders sucks shit on Israel. And thank God he's not going to run for president again.
To the Caribbean as my first visit.
Mr. Cuomo?
Given the hostility and the anti-Semitism that has been shown in New York, I would go to Israel.
Mr. Tilson, where would you go?
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel, followed by my 5th trip to Ukraine, 2 of our greatest allies fighting on the front lines of the global war on terror.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel?
No. How come nobody else got jumped in? How come they didn't jump in and say, well, would you visit Israel? The answer is because every single one of them is a sellout. And I know this is very painful to hear. You want to like the other people. You want to be like, oh, they're progressive. Hee. Nah, they're not. There's a reason why he's being called out, because he's the only one they're worried about. He's the only one they're worried about. He's the only one who might order the NYPD to stand down when it comes to beating, you know, pro-Palestine protesters. He's the only one who might fire senior leadership of the NYPD for insubordination. He's the only one who might rein in Zionist violence on the streets. That's why they're worried. Listen, I understand Cuomo sucks. He's terrible. I'm not saying he's not, but I want you to understand here that this is a hinge point in our politics. And as far as I'm concerned, it's Zohran or bust.
As mayor?
I've said in a UJA questionnaire that I believe that you need not travel to Israel to stand up for Jewish New Yorkers. And that is what I will be doing as the mayor. I'll be standing up for Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether...
Palestinian here to tell you the funniest part about this whole liberal Zionist spirit tip. The Holocaust Museum changed their translation for the Warsaw Uprising from intifada, which translates to shaking off, as in shaking off oppression and a more passive form of resistance, to Makwawama, which is a much more militant form of constant resistance, and the literal M in the acronym for Hamas. You can't make this shit up. Well, see, people were protesting, and by the way, there were 2 intifadas. The first one was almost completely peaceful, but it was smashed ruthlessly by the Zionist entity. So, yeah.
That's in their synagogues and temples, or at their homes, or at the subway platform, because ultimately we need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Not as a Jewish state?
As a state with equal rights.
As a state with equal rights. Now, chat, I want you to understand something, because Zionists get this, so I want you to get it. That means the destruction of Israel. If you say, I want Israel to exist as a state with equal rights, that means you support the destruction of Israel as it exists, which is a ethno-state. They have the nation-state law, which enshrines the idea of Jewish citizenship as special and above other citizens of Israel. If you believe in Israel as a nation, a democratic nation with equal rights, you want the destruction of the Israel that actually exists. That's a fact. Zionists know that, so you might as well know that's true. So what he's saying right there is from the river to the sea, but in a nicer, more nobody has had time to attack it yet. He just was dog whistling. He was quick on his feet. That's what we need. We don't need somebody who's pandering us and is a lying liberal Zionist. We need somebody like Zohran, who is a dog whistler, who's quick on his feet, and who's got a smiling face. He represents everything we need. That's why you're ranking him number 1 and leaving every single other line blank, because no one else is worthy of your vote. There is not one other candidate who's worthy of a vote. It is Zohran or bust. And luckily, looks like he's going to win.
He won't say it has a right to exist as a Jewish state. Be very clear.
And his answer was no, he won't visit Israel.
I said that.
That's what he was trying to say.
No. Unlike you, I answer questions very directly.
All right,
and I want to be very clear. I believe every state should be a state of equal rights.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Blake, where would you go?
Every state should be a state of equal rights. You won't catch a Zionist saying that. Hey, Brad Lander.
Your first foreign visit as mayor of New York.
My full name is Michael Alexander.
I think you guys really don't understand how much I dislike Zionism. I think people... You know, I don't think people get it. They think they can persuade me to like go with this. No, you cannot. There is a genocide going on. I know maybe you even think it's a genocide, but if you're willing to support people that are going to play patty cake with that shit, you're fucked up. Mike, the campaign said that if you fill out all 5 slots and leave Cuomo out, it mathematically makes his odds worse. They told me to say that during canvassing because they're right. They're right. That is true. If you fill out all 5 slots and leave off Cuomo, it makes Cuomo's chances of winning incrementally smaller than if you just vote Zohran. But I want you to understand it's the difference of between 99.9% and 99.99%. Because there is no path where like somebody else beats Cuomo than Zohran. Based on how the polls look, there is nobody else who's going to rise above Zohran, that Zohran's going to get eliminated, and so your rankings matter. Especially the further you go down. What, you think Zohran's going to be like eliminated 3rd? Can I put Zohran 5 times on it? No. Just put him on the 1. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I think you're smart enough to know. The reason why the campaign is saying something differently is because they're trying to convince people that like Zohran to rank him above Cuomo. So let's say you really like Brad Lander for some reason. You know, your cousin is his wife's nephew or whatever the fuck. Okay? And you like, you know, Lander number 1. The Cuomo campaign, or excuse me, the Zohran campaign wants you to rank Zohran number 2 because when Brad Lander gets eliminated, and he will, your vote will go to Zohran. And so in order to be show reciprocity, show that you're on the same team, you offer, because human beings have reciprocal morality is really strong innately in human beings. So if I say, I want you to do X, but I don't offer to do Y, you're much more likely to be off-put by that. But if I say, hey, I'll rank Brad Lander 2nd, if you rank Zohran 2nd, you're actually giving them nothing in exchange for their vote. That's actually what's happening. So you're giving them bullshit and they're giving you a vote. So yes, the campaign is saying, let's be reciprocal because they understand that they're not going to be eliminated. And like, that's how it works. There's no debate. There is absolutely no debate on this point. Zohran will not get eliminated at any point. Either Cuomo will break 50% or Zohran will break 50%. That is the only path. So I'm not against Zohran saying something different than what I'm saying, but I'm not him. I'm me, and I'm talking to adults. And so I could talk to you honestly. And as soon as I saw Kat, and as soon as I saw Lander doing this like, oh, globalize the intifada is like saying open season on Jews, I immediately went after them because I want them to be scared. I want them to be scared to endorse this kind of Islamophobic bullshit. I want them frightened, and I want them to pay a political price. And if you don't want them to, you're opening the door for this kind of politics. And it absolutely infuriates me that anybody would have an open door for this kind of shit. All right, chat, that's going to be it for me today. We'll be on tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. I know I'm strident. I know people are going to see this and be mad at me, but too fucking bad. I will never change. The only thing that matters to me is truth and justice. All right, everybody, I'm sending you over to VO. Mike, as a Palestinian Muslim, I want to tell you we appreciate the work you're doing so much. Thank you, comrade. I mean, I don't do it for your thanks, but I want you to know that I'm ashamed that I haven't done more. All right? I just want to tell you that everybody here is ashamed that we haven't been able to stop that. And we're sorry. And I am filled with rage and anger at what my country's doing. So you don't need to thank me. In fact, I want to thank you for surviving and being a proud Palestinian. That's so fucking awesome. So thank you. Keep it up. Never let anybody intimidate you. Never let anybody tell you to shut up. Never let anybody tell you that anything other than we have your back. And I hope to one day be able to visit Gaza, a free and liberated Gaza, from the river to the sea, with a Palestinian flag flying high. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Stay safe out there. Solidarity forever, my friends. And only rank Zohran. Peace.